Issa Construction presents the 7 Golden Rules of Vision Zero. No more accidents. Nowhere in the world. With the right measures and the right strategies. 5 people united by 7 golden rules. Vision Zero.
Il y a 3 ans, nous avons eu un grave accident. Un jeune contremaître est tombé dans l'échafaudage. Dieu merci, il a survécu à sa chute. Et après quelques mois d'incapacité, il a retrouvé toutes ses forces. Ça aurait pu se terminer bien plus que mal. Après l'accident, j'ai cherché une solution pour qu'une situation pareille ne se reproduise plus jamais. Et j'ai découvert l'outil Vision Zero.
As Workers' Compensation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our #1 concern.
As Workers' Compensation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our #1 concern. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our #1 concern.
As Workers' Compensation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our #1 concern. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our #1 concern.
As Workers' Compensation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our #1 concern.
As Workers' Compensation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Safety anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our number one concern. Safety anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our number one concern.
As Workers' Compensation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Safety anywhere we need, health we be cup of
45 seconds for those of you who are outside the room to please come and make your way inside the room. Take your seats and we begin.
The way of dealing with the topic must be renewed according to the evolution of the context. We have three main phenomena: globalization of activities and trade, massive migration, in construction sector, of course. Also a phenomenon of acceleration of the history of sciences. So those evolutions have led the social security of international in Singapore Congress in 2007. What is the zero action? Upon but we just point out rule number 5. Use safe and anti-machine equipment. I would addict also products and substances because in France we are by a frankly very strong combination of the residents work, particularly during the Olympic Games. But also due to the use of drugs and other dangerous substances. significant. Rule number 1, insist on the role of leaders and clients. Jails had said you should have pay attention for demanding some efforts in that set. So the responsibility of the owner is something which is more and more important for obtaining the best results in the construction sector. It must also prove the interest on not only a question of jail, of course, but we must strengthen the ties between OSH institutions, with universities, other high schools, and also not only for engineers, but also for stakeholders in the company. I think the manager, something also faculty of medicine, and in France it's a 2-week place for getting good teachings concerning OSH prevention in faculty of medicine. But also we must create financial incentive. Rate of contribution in France, we have a very advanced system of statistics. Even if they are not perfect, they are one of the best in the world for getting good contribution. The contribution is according to both sectoral activities, but also to the size of the company. The most important are the companies, the rate of the calculation of the rate is very precise. But we have also some system which require some attention from the SMEs, because if there are so many, more than 3 accidents at work a year, they have to pay some extra contribution. But not only a penalty. Creative incentive means also according subsidies, peculiarly to SMEs, for helping them to get better equipment in prevention. I shall give the example of a very small company, 9 workers in Brittany, in a wooden company. The workers had said, no, your new equipment is not perfect. You must add some equipment for improving the situation of safety. They work together, and afterwards, the level of absenteeism, the level of disability was completely changed. I think that's important to quote some elements of realities. I could quote also the example in the Netherlands. A 12 workers company had obtained not only 1.6 or 2.2, but 4 points by diminishing its level of absenteeism. These are facts which can really give as proofs of what Vision Zero gives some results in terms of interest of the company. The second point is the rule number 6. The rule number 6 concerns what we do for helping workers and all employees in ameliorating their qualification. We must have action towards center of apprenticeship, technical, and engineer or architect schools. I speak, of course, about the construction section, but also it's important in a way of culture of prevention to give a culture of prevention of accident in life and accident at work at the very beginning of the schools. And for example, the Belgian system organize some action of prevention at work at the age of 12 or 13. And there's the same also in French-speaking Canada, where we have the same approaches. We have also action with the companies for the new hired workers, because in France, like in many other countries, most of the accidents happened within the 3 weeks or the first month of activities. And also we must think not at the very beginning, but all along the life of the company. Teaching and meetings on construction site for solving the risk of co-activities, and also in case of evolution of the task, which are done by the same people, because in many small companies, even in medium ones, a worker can be on a construction for a type of work at a moment, and another type at another moment. This is important. We have, for all those types of teaching, a good site with INRS, which is National Institute for Research in Security in Paris, which provides a lot of advices, brochures, papers, and a site which will give all the possibilities of obtaining good results. And we have also a national agreement between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry and Social Security organization, which have each year a global examination of the evolution which are necessary. And we exported that also in Senegal, where we created a structure of cooperation between those worlds of education and safety at work, with a general and national level, but also in the 12 regional organization of social security in Senegal. Last but not least, Rule 7, invest in people. Worker and their representative must be involved in decision making at the enterprise level, before and not only after an accident had been caused. Be given adequate also information on OSH matters, so they are able to examine the factor affecting OSH, which is the case in France for the introduction of any other new technologies. We must require the advice of the worker organization within the company, and be also consulted when major new OSH measures are envisaged to obtain the support of worker, because many things you can introduce as equipment, if they are not very well understood, not very well accepted by the workers, it's quite nothing. So I know that there are already in Uganda some efforts which are important, and I think that after the launching of Vision Zero last year, you have all the competence, and mainly all the will which is necessary to enforce the implementation of Vision Zero in your country. Thank you for having paid attention.
Thank you very much for those very succinct remarks. Now, looks like every presentation has 7 golden rules, and so it looks like I'm the only person that did not have 7 golden rules. So while listening through, I've been trying to put in place my 7 golden rules as well, and in a short while I will be sharing with you what the composition of those are. But suffice it to say, may I indicate that one of those will certainly include keeping it short and simple. for the presenters. So that is golden rule number 1. The other 6 are yet to come. Without further ado, allow me in a very special way now invite Dr. Olha all the way to share with us implementing Vision Zero in universities, the Ukrainian experience. Bienvenue.
So much, dear
Simon.
audience. Thank you for being late. I just follow your recommendation, went to see your beautiful lake and lost my time. So believe me, I've seen a lot, and you have a beautiful country. I'm my first time in Uganda, so I wish you a great success. Also, I've learned a lot from the previous our speakers, and I like the way how they recognize the audience, and I would like to do the same. I would like to ask if there is anyone from you who had a chance to make a lesson or a lecture on safety and health for young generation, at least once in your life. Raise your hands or just stand up to show. So many. So that's very good, thank you. You have already done a great impact to our next people that will come. And of course, I would like also to mention that we cannot think about Vision Zero just for factories, just for enterprises that already exist. Of course, it's too much effort it takes from us, but also we should think about about our future. If I ask for a pointer, I just can change the slides. Would be really good, but it disappears from this place. And also, there is nothing. Yeah? Just say next. Okay, good. Yeah. So why it's important? Because new generation will face risks that we don't know how to answer. That's, climate change, digitalization, new workplaces will appear, and of course with these new workplaces will be new risks. And so we need to teach them how to handle this risk, how we can implement Vision Zero for the future. Please, next slide. And also we take into account as people engage in educational process that now new competencies come. So instead of reading, writing, and arithmetic, it was before 3R, now we have 4C, like creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. Next slide, please. And a new educational format it just not just given a lecture, it's a personalized educational path. It's exactly what good to bring knowledge to new generation. In this way, passing through this way, Vision Zero way, they can understand better what we want and what we suggest. Please. Yes, and we call it edutainment, so it's not just education, so they will remember better if we just also input some entertainment, some technologies, and of course you know a lot about it, about VR technologies, about gaming, so let's use it for our educational format. And this work was started together with ISA mining, and I'll be honest, all ISA sections, we have a lot, but we all are very good friends, and together with Helmut Innes and other honored participants, so we started thinking about future, and so our ideas was is to make to suggest Vision Zero like a part of university's curriculum, like something that could be attractive for all university centers, academies, and main universities. Of course, you have very famous in Kampala, should be familiar with what we are talking about, and the content should be useful, clear, friendly for students, very clear. And that's why, so how it could be, it was already implemented in my country. I'm from Ukraine. So universities, they introduce what Vision Zero is. They initiate projects. They ask students to make their own projects in groups or individual, and then they evaluate this project with practitioners. So they invite enterprises and ask them, please see what our students do. If they find it interesting, so they can implement it right in their factories or enterprises or construction sites. So, and last 3 years, we, with some of universities, we have already implemented lectures, then we gave some practical examples, then some case studies, and on the conferences they can report to students their results. Could you show this next slide? There will be some example what type of projects they lead. It's like creation of new protective clothing, it's risk assessment studies, it's VR technologies for enterprises for safety, some improvements for life. And then after that, when students present their projects, so practitioners like Health and Safety Association that I lead in Ukraine, my colleagues, they assess what project is good one, third, second place, and then of course award was given to these people, to these students. And now I do want you to join and to create like educational process. It's not just something that we can implement, we can always develop it. Just to make it alive, to make it more, just to not starting from the zero, but using the knowledge that we have already. I do recommend you to use a knowledge platform on safety and health at work. It's called Prevention Forum Plus. It is absolutely free, and it's full of knowledge, instructions, guidance that are free, including Vision Zero guides, and you can see what Germany has in safety and health. It's multilingual, so you can translate it with AR, with DeepL translation. What is in Switzerland, what's in Italy, what is in Austria, and you can also join as a country to this platform as well. And of course, main things that why I'm here, I'm talking about it. I would like to suggest you to make an international competition, to make an international banks, what our students are doing in Vision Zero projects. And as a platform where we can communicate, so I suggest you our LinkedIn site, ISA Construction, one of sections involved in this process, and you are very welcome to join and to make our future full of Vision Zero ideas. Thank you very much. And thank you for your translation. It's marvelous.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those very succinct remarks, more so about the beauty of this country. To be very honest with you, not to spoil your party, it happens to everyone that comes in here. So if you thought you just had a wonderful fall in love with Uganda, no one has ever had that kind of moment. Everybody that walks in here falls in love with this country, and the love never stops. Great. I also can't wait to visit your country, Ukraine, in spite of everything, to fall in love with it as well. Now, we are almost halfway into the technical conversations of the day. And so now, it's my pleasure to say let's up the lever a little even higher by having a panel discussion to be chaired by an eminent personality who I'm going to invite very shortly. But let's agree that this panel discussion also indeed sets the example following Dr. Ohan's example of keeping it short and simple and stay within our allotted time limit. Why? Because you've been given the unenviable task of being the panel just before lunch. I told you earlier on, in Uganda we don't eat the meals, we eat the time. So lunchtime is when the lunch is eaten. So lunchtime is when the sun is overhead. Right now it's a few meters from overhead, and that tells you that you have about 25 to 30 minutes tops to run through this session. So without further ado, allow me to invite Dr. Ehi Aiden, OSH Africa President from Nigeria. And this session, you'll co-chair it with Mr. Helmut Ains, President of ISSA Mining and Chairperson of Vision Zero Steering Committee. So, you will have the pleasure of inviting your panelists. And yes, as I exit, I promised you of all climates in one day. And here we are with a bit of winter as it gets. It never gets colder than 20 degrees Celsius, so don't reach out for your jacket. It's just nice and breezy. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. While I wait for my very dear colleague, Mr. Helmut, I don't like when they call my name, rain starts falling. It's happening for the third time this year. We have a very simple task to do here today. We'll be chairing a session titled National Vision Zero Implementation. And in this session, we have we'll need to invite Mr. Kai Rabat to the table. Right? Kai Rabat, yes. Mr. Kai Rabat, are you here? So you come here. Come now, please. We're also inviting Mr. Patrick Sampwili, the CEO, Workers' Compensation Fund Control Board, Zambia. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to the table. I actually called a Mr. I saw a Mrs. coming in, but it's fine, just come. Yeah, you can just sit. Mr. Helmut, would you want to introduce the other people, or I should go ahead? Continue. Okay. We also want to invite Dr. Abdusalam A. Oman, Director of Assessment Services at the Workers' Compensation Fund, Tanzania. Please round of applause while he comes to you. We also want to invite, if she's still here, Eva Katusabe, the Acting Commissioner, Ministry of Gender, Uganda. Is she here? Okay. She will join us once she comes in. We also want to invite to the high table Professor Pata Mitra, former Principal Labor and Employment Advisor at Ministry of Labor and Employment, India. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the speakers we have for this session. You have presentation, am I correct? Okay. Will we invite to the microphone now? We're told ladies first, and we'll just walk in that order. Stella from Workers' Compensation Fund Board of Control, Zambia, please come and make your presentation. Please, round of applause for her while she comes.
Good afternoon to you all. Okay. The presentation, please. Okay, as he's looking for the presentation, I'll just quickly give you a brief about Workers' Compensation Fund Control Board and who we are as an institution. We are a social security institution in Zambia that's been given a mandate to compensate workers for disabilities suffered or diseases contracted in the course of employment. So as we stand now, we have a database of about 25,277 beneficiaries who are accessing benefits provided by workers' compensation. These are workers who are involved in accidents at work. So that is how our current database looks like. We also have about 66,000 employers who are registered with the board, and we have a branch network throughout Zambia with 23 offices so that compensation services can be accessed efficiently. Next slide, please. Okay, so now, why Vision Zero? Why did we, as Workers' Compensation, partner in this campaign? Well, Workers' Compensation collaborates with the International Security Association as well as the ILO on compliance and accident prevention. Okay. On compliance, accident prevention, and rehabilitation services. So as a board, we operate on 3 pillars. We have prevention, care, and support. We have been given a mandate also to ensure that accidents at work are prevented. So we looked at the Vision Zero strategy and thought it was an efficient accident prevention program. It had a flexible framework, and we said we should embed a culture of accident prevention with our employers. We also saw that mistakes must not cost lives, and therefore we are building synergies through joint campaigns, and it's providing a paradigm shift from faulting to finding solutions, and in the long run, prevention of accidents and ill health at work. So we're saying Vision Zero is not the absence of harm, but it's an ambition to action, righting our wrongs. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have 4 principles. We are saying life is not negotiable. It is a basic human right. The right to life and physical integrity is very important. Then secondly, we're saying, yes, people make mistakes, but those mistakes must not cost lives. The third one is we're saying the ability to cope with physical and mental pressure is also critical, because we have observed that mental health issues are causing a lot of harm in our workplaces. Mental health has become a very big issue. So we need to find a way of managing mental health at work. Then the last one is situational prevention comes first. We're saying adapting work environments to suit the users and not the users to suit the work environment. That's the shift that we're looking at. Our work environments should be provided in such a way that the user should be comfortable in the space that they're operating from and not the other way around. Then we're saying workers also must obey the rules that have been set. You know, in different times, you find that the rules have been set, but when it comes to implementation, the workers are not doing what they're supposed to do. So we have to find a way of managing this. And then the last one, we're saying safety is not for OSH experts. It's for everybody. So how do we bring everybody together? We need to work together, and this is not just for OSH professionals. Next slide, please. So this is our people-centered approach to Vision Zero. We're saying people are the greatest asset. For us to have productivity, workers are at the center of it all. And processes are just a means to an end. It's a way of having productive results, so to speak. So we should mainstream OSH activities into people's daily lives at all levels. Is it individual, is it institutional or national levels? Because safety begins with me. That is how we are looking at it. Next slide, please. So as workers' compensation, I'll take you through our implementation of the Vision Zero Golden Principles. And the first one is leadership. Next slide. We demonstrated commitment by launching the Vision Zero program in Zambia, of course, through our parent ministry, which is the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And that is the biggest commitment to show leadership. Then secondly, we hosted the second edition of the Vision Zero Conference for Africa in 2023. I'm sure most of the delegates attended that second launch. So that is where we are as workers' compensation and committing to accident prevention by our leaders. Next slide, please. The second golden rule is identifying hazards, control risks. So what we have done as a board is we have identified accident-prone industries, of course, through our system. We looked at industries that are reporting frequent accidents, and then we broke down this Vision Zero concept and launched it in specific industries, because we identified that each industry had different risks. So we had to find a way of tailoring our activities and providing proper guidance to each industry, looking at each types of hazards that they presented. So we have launched this Vision Zero campaign in the agriculture sector, in the hospitality industry, in the construction sector, as well as the mining. So this coming October, we'll be launching it in the transport sector, because the transport sector is actually coming second in terms of the accidents that we received. The road traffic accidents are actually coming second. So we said we need to roll this out in this industry. Next, please. Okay. So this chart just shows you which industries are reporting a lot of accidents. As a board, this is what we're receiving. You can see that the mining and quarrying is actually topping the list. That's the longest one there, followed by the construction, then agriculture sector. I just needed to give those statistics so that you understand where we're coming from. Thank you. Defining targets. What are our targets? So we sat down and began doing some accident profiling to say, where are these accidents happening? Who is reporting these accidents? And when we carried out that evaluation, we discovered that most accidents are happening around machinery. So 22% of all the accidents that we receive as a board happen around machinery, followed by the RTAs I talked about, and then 18.7% are actually due to, 11% are actually due to unsafe acts. So we looked at this and said, okay, what programs can we develop? Next slide, please. So we are carrying out safety training, which is free, and tailoring it to each industry, okay? So we're looking at developing SOPs. Why are accidents happening around machinery? There is a missing link there. Standard operating procedures. Do we have SOPs in place? So we're helping employers develop these SOPs for those that have none and carry out some training around that sector. Other than that, we're looking at developing safety policies. We help employers develop safety policies because safety begins with leadership and management commitment. So management must commit to managing health and safety at the workplace. So putting in policies in terms of OSH policies is very key. Then thirdly, we're looking at establishing safety committees. Each industry or each company should have at least a committee in place that will look at health and safety issues. Next slide, please. Ensure a safe and healthy system, be well organized. Okay, so now we have a system that is helping us profile these accidents that I talked about. So employers are able to report these accidents on our digital platforms, and from there we are able to see which industries are reporting what type of accidents. Next, okay. Ensure safety and health in machines, equipment, and workplaces. Like I indicated, most of these accidents are happening around machinery. So what we're doing as a board is carrying out joint inspections with other government agencies, looking at lifting equipment, looking at pressure vessels, and other equipment that needs to be managed at the workplace. We're also carrying out safety risk assessments at employer sites, just so that we can enhance management of safety. Next slide, please. Okay, number 6 is improve qualifications, develop competencies. So through our inspections, what we have picked up is there's a very big gap when it comes to who is managing safety at this place, at the workplace. Most of the times, this safety is relegated to a human resources function. There are no experts to look at health and safety. So what we have done is we're working with higher institutions of learning to provide and develop curricula to incorporate occupational health and safety. And what this will do is increase access to OSH education. It will build a pool of qualified OSH professionals, as well as address industry-specific needs, as well as emerging OSH challenges quickly and effectively, and also provide skills upgrading for existing workforce. We've also established safety committees, and we're calling, safety clubs, and we're calling them Safe Workers of Tomorrow. So we've gone into these secondary schools, as well as primary schools, to establish safety clubs, because safety begins as a future, these are the future generations, so to speak. So we have to inculcate a culture of safety while they are still young, such that when they get into industry, they are well informed. Okay, the last one. Okay, we're also carrying out some sensitization through traditional ceremonies, and this is a deliberate action to reach out to the rural communities as well as the informal sector. So we sponsor a lot of traditional ceremonies. Next slide, please. Investing in people. We have employee safety and wellness programs because we've identified that mental health issues are becoming a very big challenge at the workplace. So we have activities such as what has been highlighted there. We have trainings and other extra activities away from the work environment. Next slide, please. The impact of Vision Zero. What has Vision Zero done to us? We've got some employer buy-in. We have Zambia Sugar. I think earlier on Dr. Nkumbula mentioned them. They have developed their own system called Target Zero. We have Konkola Copper Mines who are calling it Zero Harm. Strong Park calling it Target Zero also, and other industries that have come on board to join us in this program. Then we're saying through joint efforts to reduce workplace accidents and improve productivity, this will strengthen Zambia's workforce and resilience because we believe in partnerships. And then we have memoranda of understanding with other players, like in the construction sector, we have the agency that manages construction in Zambia coming on board and signing an MOU with us so that we develop these OSH programs together such that they can roll it out quickly when it comes to matters of safety in the construction sector. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are just our statistics from 2023 to 2025. So we can see a downward trend in terms of the accidents reports that we are receiving as a board. Next slide. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much for this inspiring example from what has been done in Zambia. I think you made a big story, a big progress, and it's very interesting to share it here. Next speaker will be Kai Rabald. He is my colleague from the mining section, and he's also active inspector in the German social accidents insurance. Kai, how many time do you need for your impressions from Germany?
How many time do you give me?
What do you want?
You taught me 10, I will try.
Now you get 7 minutes, yeah? Okay. Please do it in 7 minutes, or let's say 8 minutes, yeah.
I don't know what's up with you and the 7, but I remember the 7 golden rules. Yeah. Okay, I try to not waste time. Benson, can you start my presentation? It's yeah, it's right here. Yeah, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to visit Uganda the first time and to report about our experiences in Germany with Vision Zero. In Germany, workers are covered by social accidents insurance, by occupational accidents and injuries, and we are specialized in special industry. My institution, the BGRCI, is covering the chemical industry, the mining industry, and the raw materials industry in particular. By law, we are also addressed to care about the prevention in the companies. And I'm, as Helmut told you already, I'm a labor inspector in the north of Germany. We also host the ISA sections of mining and chemical industry. Over the last decades, our key figures in the BGRCI were positive, but as you can see, next please. In the last years, we reached a plateau. We couldn't decrease the numbers. Can I have the next, please? Yes, here you can see. So therefore our board of directors called our head of the prevention department to get in action. And in 2014, we started to develop a new strategy called Vision Zero. That was not supposed to be a no-risk strategy, but to the need to reduce the accidents and diseases, the serious ones at least. Next, please. The basic idea was to make health and safety understandable and usable for everybody, to simplify it. At the first step, we developed the famous 7 golden rules. I won't tell you the details. My previous speakers already explained them very well. So after that, but I want to say that these categories include, in general, all aspects a company needs to for good prevention. Next, please. These 7 golden rules became the basement of our Vision Zero guide that is designed as a checklist and gives the companies opportunity to identify their biggest deficits in health and safety. And we also supported the international movement of Vision Zero and put them in an international character. You can download this checklist easily on our website. Next, please. To set priorities, we also established 7 targets at BGRCI that we want to reach in 10 years. I will come back to this later. Next, yeah. And also to reach these 7 targets, we try to focus on 10 measures that you can see here. I will give you some examples I would like to share with you of these measures here. First you can see one of our first actions when we re-elevated the fatalities of the last 10 years in our organization, and we had, for example, the finding that in the group of age 45 to 49 we had an overrepresented rate of fatalities. Also, we figured out that the group of 5 factors is caused 90% of the fatalities in this period, and McKinney was one of the biggest. The highest rate was vehicles, but they both together already caused 50% of all fatalities in this period. Yeah, out of this we produced 2 papers addressed to the managers and the workers, and yeah, they were grounded by numbers. So I think it is also important to not talk about theoretical the risks, but also to say here happened something, and if you don't care for prevention, you could be part of this negative number. So we gave them suggestions how to avoid this. Next, please. We also created special trainings for the middle and higher management. Next. And 2 very successful actions were the Best Practice Award and the trainee contest that were addressing, especially the workers, to get them in a positive connection to health and safety. The Best Practice Award was rewarding individual solutions in the companies that are worth to share with other companies. In my opinion, health and safety is not something you have to sell or something you have to make a secret out of. It is something you have to spread in the world. And so we supported this. The training contest is addressing especially the young workers to implement health and safety very early in their career and to motivate them also to be a multiplicator in their own companies. It's also a huge event that needs to, they keep in mind for their whole lifetime. Next. Yeah, we had a lot of accidents. Oh, can you go one back, please? A lot of accidents with conveyors in the mining industry. This was a high-risk machinery to us, so we developed a special model that gave to sensibilize the workers with the machinery, and so companies can get this and use it for training their employers. So now you can show the short movie that is demonstrating how this model is working. So the user gets the feeling how to get catched by the belt and having the accident, how fast this can happen, even if the constant movement of the belt looks harmless. So next, please. Yeah, we also try to get the leaders very early in the process of Version Zero. We knew that if the leaders don't push this strategy, it won't work. And so we made a lot of cooperation with associations and the companies to make them commit to the idea of Vision Zero. Next. Yeah, we try to make Vision Zero visible in many ways. Also produced a video. I can show you another time, but here you can see a little way or some examples how we made it visible. So let's come back to the 7 targets. Our first period of Vision Zero just ended, and I can present you the final numbers of our 7 targets. Our target number 1 was to reduce the risk of accidents by 30%. And as you can see, we reached 27% and came quite close to this target. Next, please. The second target shows the reduction of a number of serious accidents with permanent damage. Just to give you an example, a permanent damage is counted in our organization when you lose a thumb. So when you lose a finger, it's not in this statistics. So it needs to reach a special level of damage. And here it was a very ambitious goal to reach 50%, like to halve it. But in the other side, targets need to be challenging. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach the goal. In my opinion, 38% of decreasing is still a good development in all. Next one, please. Yeah, for me, the most important goal or target is to reduce the number of fatalities by 50%. In 2019, you can see that we already reached the goal, but the years after were a little bit frustrating. And the problem of statistics with small numbers is that they can vary easily. For example, in 2021, we had a huge accident in a chemical factory, an explosion that had 4 fatalities, additionally 2 occupational caused COVID infections. So these are things that can change such a statistic easily. In the end, we reached nine fertility, or we came to 9 fertilities last year, but we all agree that's still too much. In this way, in these statistics, we need a 0 for sure. Next, please. Yeah, Helmut already discussed it, that occupational caused diseases are still underestimated, and we wanted to make it visible in our Vision Zero, even if we know that in a period of 10 years, it's not easy to get a result in the area of diseases because of incubation period. But as you can see, we reached a positive development here in the accepted occupational diseases. Next, please. As well in the pension cases of diseases. Our 5th target wanted to increase the number of companies without accidents. Here they are grouped in the number of workers, and in almost all categories you can see that we reached our goal to increase this number. Next, please. Yeah, and the 6 and the 7 target are qualitative goals, so I cannot show you any graphs, but they were focused on our prevention offers like information, leaflets, seminars, and audition for management systems. So they all need to be increased, and we can see it in our figures that all of these groups are rising. So, yeah, let's come to a conclusion, and I think Helmut probably will ask me if I'm satisfied with the results of our first period. Yeah, it is ending. Most of the goals we were creating are fulfilled, not all of them. Some of them will be sharpened our focus. Also, we had a massive impulse in prevention in our organization, obviously worldwide. So in general, I can be satisfied with the last 10 years and our experience with Vision Zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kai. Yeah, you did it not in 7, but 2 times 7 minutes is also a good number. Yeah, I only live in the category of 7. Yeah, so the next. You? Okay. Next speaker will be Evelyn Katusabe from Uganda, and we are excited to listen to the achievements you have already or you plan to do for Uganda. Please.
I thank you very much for the opportunity. Please note that as I present, once the guest of honor comes in, my presentation will stop at any point when she gets in, and we shall first go into the official ceremony. But we can start as we wait for the officials to come in. I hope the presentation team is ready with my presentation. Katusabe Eva is my name, working as the Commissioner for the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, housed in the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. I'm going to talk about Vision Zero roadmap in the case of Uganda. Looks like the presentation is still being set up. I'll just use what I have here. So, sorry about that, just a minute. So, moving on to the first slide. Vision Zero in Uganda, thank you very much. was launched last year in August 2024. And we thank the Safety and Health Association of Uganda that led in this launch. The ministry was involved, but the launch was spearheaded by Safety and Health Association of Uganda. As government of Uganda, we recognize the fact that Vision Zero is a major contributor to our Vision 2040. We have a vision as a country of where we want to be in terms of national development and other strategies that we are laying as a country. And we see that Vision Zero is contributing to this. We know that it will expedite our intention to achieve socio-economic transformation for all in Uganda. As has been said before, Vision Zero is about transforming mindsets to embrace the idea that accidents and diseases at the workplace are preventable. Next, please. So why Vision Zero and why now for Uganda? We acknowledge the fact that every occupational disease and every occupational accident can be prevented if the right measures are put in place at the right time. So much as we are coming almost 20 years after other people launched the vision in their countries, it is the right time for Uganda. We also acknowledge the fact that when someone develops an occupational disease or is involved in an accident or a fatality, it is a devastating blow to the individual, to the business or the workplace, and also to the family of the person. I think we shall stop at that and first let the next session happen. I would like to hand the floor back to the MC so that we can first handle the important matters.
All right, thank you very much, the distinguished panel that's chaired by our good friend from Nigeria. Please stay in your seats. What is happening is the usual bells and whistles of the arrival of very important people. It normally happens like that in this part of the country. We show our happiness through dance and everything in between. So the dignitary just arriving is the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. And that's how important this event is held by the government. And the Right Honorable Prime Minister is a representative of His Excellency the President for today's event. So it's a very high-level guest presentation, and so we can only be grateful that she is here with us. You're most welcome in here, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, accompanied by the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Works. May I request that we are all upstanding to receive the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Robin Nabanja, and the Minister, Honorable Betty Amongi. As is protocol, we will now set in motion the national anthem of the Republic of Uganda and the East African anthem. Let's remain upstanding. can now take our seats. Right Honorable Prime Minister, again welcoming you into this auditorium. You're most welcome. Together with the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Works, you're most welcome. Also welcoming the Ambassador of Vision Zero. Most welcome, Madam Allen Kajina. No less the Prime Minister at the Ministry of Gender, Mr. Agre Kibenge, you're also most welcome. Now, with your indulgence, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you found us in the middle of a technical session, and I know you need to catch your breath and also, confer. I have been guided adequately by the Minister that considering what I told you earlier on, she's here to officiate and out. So in no further ado, may I request therefore that the Ambassador of Vision Zero, Madam Allen Kajina, steps forth and you make your remarks, after which I will then come and invite the next person in the line of protocol. You're most welcome.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the leadership of the International Social Security Association, International, all distinguished delegates, national and international, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my honor to welcome all of you to Uganda to this important gathering, the International Vision Zero Africa Conference 2025. I want to thank International Social Security Association, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, and all our development partners, all our partners who have made it possible for Uganda to host this global conference. Our theme, From Commitment to Action, Realizing Vision Zero in Africa, challenges us to do more than speak promises. It is a call to transform commitments into practical, measurable actions that save lives and protect workers. Vision Zero is built on a simple but powerful conviction. Every accident, every illness, every fatality at work is preventable. As Vision Zero Ambassador, I champion a culture where leadership takes responsibility for safety. Risks are identified and controlled before they cause harm. Well-defined goals drive action. People are trained and empowered. Technology and systems are harnessed for protection. Workplaces are kept healthy and safe. And all stakeholders invest in people with dignity and care. By living out these 7 golden rules, we affirm that every life matters, that zero accidents is possible, and that a safe place and healthy Uganda, Africa, the world, is the true foundation for productivity, prosperity, and sustainable development. Uganda's commitment, Uganda has already taken bold steps. We have reformed our Occupational Safety and Health Act, developed a national fire safety policy, strengthened enforcement frameworks to protect workers, among others. But laws and policies, ladies and gentlemen, are not enough. The shift must now be to implementation, compliance, and monitoring. Across construction, oil and gas, manufacturing, transportation, and every sector where workers earn their livelihoods. By professionalizing occupational safety and health and building capacity, Uganda is positioning itself as a regional Vision Zero champion. Colleagues, Africa is at a turning point. We have policies, we have charters, we have campaigns, yet workplace accidents and occupational disease remain high, costing billions and eroding productivity. Commitment is no longer enough. We must act decisively. Employers must embed safety into business strategy and not treat it as an add-on. Governments must invest in inspection and enforcement. Workers must take responsibility, reporting hazards, upholding safe practices, and protecting each other. Academia and training institutions must generate research, knowledge, and skills to sustain prevention. International partners must support Africa in scaling up Vision Zero through resources, technology, and capacity building. Right Honorable Prime Minister, from my own experience, I have learned this. Commitment alone does not transform organizations. It is discipline, it is accountability, it is consistency of action that bring real change. In the same way, safety and health must be seen not only as mere compliance obligations, but as leadership responsibilities and moral imperatives. By hosting this conference, Uganda is showing Africa that Africa is ready to move from commitment to action. May this gathering not end as words spoken in this beautiful place, Munyonyo, but as the beginning of a continental momentum where lessons shared here translate into tangible safety outcomes. Uganda stands ready to serve as a hub for Vision Zero advocacy and for occupational safety and health leadership in our region. As I conclude, Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to affirm commitments are important, but they're not enough. The real measure is in the actions we take, the lives we save, and the workplaces we transform. Each delegate here carries the responsibility to return home and implement what we commit to today and tomorrow and Friday. Together, Africa can and must move from commitment to action and make Vision Zero a living reality. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the ambassador of Vision Zero. And indeed, couldn't have been a better ambassador than yourself, considering your experience. And maybe some people have also asked me, maybe later you'll answer to that question, that what happens if I keep myself very safe at the workplace and my employer, government, anyone, keeps me safe at the workplace and there's zero harm. But as soon as I step onto the roads, then the government or my employer may not guarantee my safety. So is that still zero, a Vision Zero, or now it becomes Vision something else? But anyway, that's a conversation that we'll have in the technical dialogue that we'll be having later on in the program. Right Honorable Prime Minister, with your indulgence, kindly allow me invite the President of ISSA Construction, Professor Karl Heinz Notel. I can hardly pronounce his English very well, his name, to make a very brief remark about this conference and why we are here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, it's an honor to be here, and especially at that conference. It's the third time to be in this wonderful country and to learn more and more about the country and these wonderful people. Thank you so much. First of all, a warm welcome to the Honorable Prime Minister, to the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the Permanent Secretary of that ministry, but also to all the other dignitaries, to all of you, and thank you in advance to our speakers, because they make this conference interesting and lively. And last but not least, to the Vision Zero ambassador of Uganda. It was a wonderful speech. Thank you so much. In the morning we said we should talk by our heart. And I'm doing that all the time, but it comes from your heart. It was wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, the International Vision Zero Africa Conference took already place 2 times, 2021 in Nigeria and 2023 in Zambia. And this is now the 3rd International Vision Zero Conference here in Uganda. I remember at the end of the Zambia conference 2023, it was announced that Uganda will organize the next International Vision Zero Africa. And we were very happy to hear that. And I'm even more happy if we can announce at the end of this conference the next country in Africa who will organize the 4th International Vision Zero Africa Conference. And in Uganda, we heard already last year, we had the launch of Vision Zero, and I think that was a wonderful role model to have the launch 1 year and 1 year after, then the conference. And for this country here in Africa who is doing it, please take it as a role model because I think it's wonderful. For this event in 2025, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development was taking the lead in preparation, supported by Safety and Health Association of Uganda, the African Vision Zero Network, OSH Africa, ISA Construction and ISA Mining. The conference will focus on the support of employers, managers and employees to continuously improve the safety and health conditions in line with Vision Zero. Improving safety and health at work not only has a positive impact on work conditions, but also on productivity, economic and social development. We heard this morning already about the results of this worldwide project, Return on Prevention. Vision Zero will support employers, managers and employees to continuously improve the safety and health conditions in their enterprises. In line with Vision Zero, ISA has developed a practical management tool for developing a strong safety and health culture structured around the 7 golden rules. We heard a lot about it already. Since the launch of Vision Zero at the World Congress in Singapore, more than 20,000 enterprises, trainers and supporters have joined the Vision Zero movement worldwide. And every day the number is increasing. And if you want to have a look at it, visionzero.global, you find it in internet, and you can load down everything free of charge. The core philosophy of Vision Zero, at its heart, Vision Zero emphasizes the value of human life and the moral responsibility of organizations to ensure worker well-being. And I think this is a big issue which we have to improve. Health and safety, yes, we are working on that, but well-being is very important as well. The core principles include, first, every incident is preventable. Accidents should never be accepted as an unavoidable part of the work. Second, shared responsibility. Safety is not solely the worker's responsibility. Leadership, design teams, project managers, and contractors must all contribute. And proactive measures. Safety systems must be anticipatory, identifying and eliminating hazards before they cause harm. This philosophy represents a cultural shift all over the world, moving away from compliance-based safety management towards a zero-harm mindset. The mindset changing is one core issue of Vision Zero as well. What are the objectives of this conference? This conference is aimed at government representatives, employers, workers, occupational safety and health experts, as well as training institutions and others. It pursues the goal of defining best practice in the field of occupational safety and health as well as discussing and disseminating experiences, new approaches, and innovations in order to achieve a reduction in the number of accidents and occupational diseases and to come closer to the goal of Vision Zero. It's not from today to tomorrow, it's a process. And we heard already some examples, companies coming down to 0 accidents. Maybe you need 2, 3, or 4 years, but you can achieve it. The main topics of the conference: National Vision Zero implementation. We heard already about that. Vision Zero implementation in the industry, and Vision Zero guidelines. This is part of the tool set of Vision Zero, and we heard about it. You can load it down free of charge, and there are a huge amount of tools. And Vision Zero implementation in the informal sector is also one part of this conference, and I think this is a global problem, and Vision Zero can help with that as well. And the last part of this conference, emerging global risks. These global risks influence health and safety at workplace a lot, more and more, not only the climate change, there are others as well. So I wish this event every success and a lively exchange of ideas to learn from each other and being part of the Vision Zero family. Thank you very much.
And from those remarks that now set the stage for exactly why we're here and what we intend to achieve, Right Honorable Prime Minister, with your indulgence, you will now allow me to humbly invite the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Mr. Agre Kibenge, who will make his remarks. Invite his Minister, the Honorable Betty Amongi, who in turn will then invite you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to make your remarks and officially open today's 3rd International Africa Vision Zero Conference. Welcome.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, representatives from government, ministries, departments and agencies in our midst, representatives of our development partners, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the International Planning Committee and the National Organizing Committee for this event, our esteemed sponsors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and on my own behalf, I extend my heartfelt greetings and warm welcome to you all, our distinguished guests, to this International Vision Zero Africa Conference 2025 here in Uganda. This year's conference theme, From Commitment to Action, Realizing Vision Zero in Africa, is a serious call to action for us as a nation and as a continent. Vision Zero as a transformative global strategy is a simple yet powerful tool to eliminate workplace accidents, injuries, and occupational diseases. This ambition perfectly aligns with Uganda's development aspirations as outlined in our Vision 2040 and in the 4th National Development Plan, as well as regional and international agendas. The National Labour Force Survey Report of 2021 reminds us of the significant task ahead as it reveals that 35% of Uganda's workers are exposed to various workplace hazards, while only 23% are provided with the necessary protective gear. In the 12 months preceding that survey, a staggering 898,000 workers had experienced workplace accidents or injuries, of which 357,000 were considered serious. These are not mere statistics. They represent individuals, families, and communities impacted by preventable incidents at the workplace. It is in this regard, therefore, that the ministry, through the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, is committed to execute its mandate of promoting a safer and healthier working environment for all. In the just concluded financial year, the Department of Occupational Safety and Health registered 1,495 workplaces, conducted 600 workplace inspections, and certified 1,113 pieces of statutory equipment, all aimed at promoting workplace safety and health. Significant focus has been put on chemical safety, with 179 inspections specifically conducted for chemical safety and 1,283 stakeholders trained on safe chemical handling. Such proactive measures are a core tenet of the Vision Zero philosophy, which is anchored in 7 golden rules that include demonstrated leadership, commitment, hazard identification, and investing in people, among others. To further disseminate knowledge and best practices in occupational safety and health, I'm delighted, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to announce that we will be launching the National Occupational Safety and Health Magazine, a publication featuring insightful articles on a range of safety and health topics. It shall serve as a platform for experts to share their knowledge and for all of us to learn and be inspired. I extend my gratitude and that of the ministry to the authors and reviewers who have contributed to this inaugural issue. Ladies and gentlemen, this International Vision Zero Conference, Africa Conference, provides us an opportunity as stakeholders to strengthen our national occupational safety and health policies, to deepen awareness and foster a prevention culture. This platform will help us to build synergies between government, the private sector, and our social partners. The overwhelming turn-up and the success of this conference is testament to our collective commitment to safety, health, and well-being of not only the Ugandan workforce, but the global workforce. Before I conclude, permit me, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to conclude, permit me to register special appreciation to the Commissioner. Some of these are unsung heroes, but the Commissioner, Madam Eva Katusabe, and her entire team in the Department of Occupational Safety and Health have provided effective leadership in the organization of this conference. Working together with the National Organizing Committee, and you've heard mention of our Vision Zero Ambassador, Madam Allen Kajina. We are also grateful to all our partners, the other organizers who have been working together with Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and these include the African Vision Zero Network, Occupational Safety and Health Africa, ISSA Construction, ISSA Mining, the Safety and Health Association of Uganda. But we have also had contributions made in the form of sponsorship. In the gold category, we want to appreciate ISSA Construction for their contribution. In the silver category, we would like to acknowledge our appreciations to Enable Uganda, MTN Uganda, and NSSF, the National Social Security Fund. In the bronze category is the Uganda Country Coordinating Mechanism for the Global Funds, is Minerals Council South Africa, is Uganda National Oil Company UNOC, and Uganda Electricity Distribution Company UEDCL. There's a category called Emerald, which has roofings, has Tororo Cement Factory, has Victoria University. We are grateful to you all. And finally, in the standard category is Uganda Insurers Association. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move from commitment to action, I call upon every stakeholder, business owners, employers, workers, and civil society to join this noble cause as we work together to make Vision Zero a reality in Uganda and across Africa. I thank you for your kind attention, and it is my singular duty and honor to invite Honorable Betty Amongi, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to address us, after which she will invite our chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to address us too.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Permanent Secretary and heads of government institutions, our ambassador for the conference and Vision Zero Africa, representatives of our development partners, and all of you in your various capacities. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this international conference on Vision Zero Africa, which is a very important historical moment for us in Uganda to host this conference. And I want to thank all the sponsors, co-sponsors, and partners for all the work that you've done to put this together. You can see that it's a very well-attended conference. Hosting this conference here in Kampala is an honor, but also a demonstration of Ugandans' unwavering commitment to the fundamental truth that no worker deserves to lose their life or health at the expense of the work they are doing for a pay. And if we are to make our workers productive, that it is our roles to make sure that the workplace is safe and that the productivity can be increased because of the occupational safety of the workers. As you are aware, if we want productivity at work, we are required to put in place measures to prevent occupational safety, to prevent injuries, to promote safety and health at work. So I'm happy that this conference is bringing together leaders in the field of occupational safety and health, practitioners. When I was at the exhibition, I interfaced with so many exhibitors who are practitioners, and I was very, very impressed. And we had even to wear gloves to demonstrate some of the people who are doing great work to provide personal protective gears to our workers. It brings professionals. Some of you are professionals, and the platform really is to come and exchange ideas, share best practices, which I've already seen when I was at the exhibition, conduct research, and find practical solutions to the pressing challenges related to occupational safety and health. So the theme of this conference sits well with the urgent need to transform our pledges and policies into concrete, measurable actions that will ensure safer workplaces across the continent. And I hope that the outcome of this conference, for us who are supposed to regulate, to design policies, to put in place legal framework, you as practitioners, as academicians, professionals, you will give us concrete solutions, propositions that will enable us to take action and scale some of the issues that you will raise. In Uganda, predominantly our workforce are in agriculture, where daily hazards range from exposures to pesticides, extreme weather, heavy workloads, and so on. And the World Bank in 2023 reported that 66% of Uganda workforce that are in agriculture requires urgent needs for protection. And so majority of the women and youth are also in the agricultural sector. So this calls for practical solution for us to ensure that in the agricultural sector and the informal sector, which houses about 80%, the informal sector is about 80% of those employed in Uganda are in the informal sector. So when I was speaking to the person from Nigeria, I think is this consultant and a company related to issues around occupational safety, and I was discussing with him what is the situation in other countries, and I found it's similar. The same with the issues around South Africa. When I went to their stall, South African mining companies were also raising similar issues around the mining industry with the injuries related to issues around unsafe mechanism of equipments moving into the mining, deep wells in the mining sector. So this room has so much to share, similarities of what are the hazards, what are the occupational safety that needs to be put in place. So I urge all of you that these experiences should come together, should be shared to support us into what we can put in place. And for us in Uganda, we have embarked on a journey towards what we call a 10-fold growth strategy under the National Development Plan 4. We have amended our laws and we've issued guidelines to all the people who are in construction industry, in all the industries that are mining and so on. We have issued guidelines based on our 2025 Occupational Safety and Health Act. We amended it 2025. So we've issued guidelines to all the sector industries on what they need to do at the local government level, the committees that are supposed to be set up to support ensuring that they monitor, they enforce, they coordinate. So these are very critical. Involvement of local governments, involvement of many other sectors in the monitoring, in ensuring that what we have in the law, in the regulations, are enforced. A lot of times we have very beautiful policies, we have very beautiful laws and regulations, but enforcement becomes a challenge. In Uganda, we are now cooperating at the lowest level, decentralizing and partnering to make sure. That's why in this room in Uganda, there are labor officers from the districts that are attending this, because we believe that it is those people at the lower local government levels that are the first responders, the first enforcers, the first monitors, and the ones that will escalate and give us what is happening deep down in the villages. So I want to welcome all of you to Uganda, and we will continue to ensure that we extend protection beyond just the formal workplaces, that we empower our workers to know their rights, to report the hazards without fear, And when I travel out into the factories, these are some of the issues the workers will tell me, that our employers do not allow us to organize ourselves, to report. I hope the big boys and big girls are in this room. Allow the workers to organize themselves, please, please. Allow them to report. Allow them, and you yourself, please, sensitize the workers to know that they can report. A lot of times, even when you insure workers, or when people in employers insures workers and they get injury, they will compute the lowest of the compensation for the workers. And so they come to the ministry, and then you have to go back and forth. Sometimes I myself have to convene a meeting, and immediately I convene a meeting, you find the employer say, Madam, no, we are going to handle the matter. Why should you wait for the minister or the commissioner at the level of a ministry to come to rescue somebody injured to get the right compensation for their injuries? So these are some of the issues that I hope some of you who are practitioners, some of you who are regulators, some of you who are dealing in this field should be able to urge the employers to ensure that when there are injuries, they should make sure that they compensate the workers according to the standards, because we have the formulas. In Uganda, we have the formulas of computing. Most of the employers do not insure workers, no health insurance, or they give health insurance when there is time for the person to claim insurance, so goes to the hospital, then they start making all excuses. So the practicality, sometimes I find that the practical aspect, implementation aspect, enforcement is detached from the policies, even from the speeches we make here. We make beautiful speeches when we are on the podium, but when we go to implement, then you start circumventing. So please don't circumvent if you're seated in this room and you are employers. Are there employers here? You are only academicians. Practitioners. Are there practitioners here? Or you are all only workers? I'm sure there are employers here. So please, employers, help us and ensure that this hosting of International Vision Zero Conference is not only about speeches. The ambassador talked about it. It should not only be about speeches, to turn speeches into action, concrete action. So this global movement of zero tolerance to occupational safety, as for us in Uganda under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I want to pledge our commitment to the strategy and ensure that we collaborate with all of you to ensure public safety and access to information, and collaborating with the International Labour Organization to make sure that every worker returns home safe and armed at the day's work, and that where a worker is occasioned with injuries or any other occupational safety related issues, that they are protected, they are supported, and their rights are upheld. That is my commitment on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. So with that, I want to take the honor and opportunity of inviting, you know, in Uganda, when you come in most of these meetings, you will find many women. Our vice president is a woman, our prime minister is a woman, our speaker is a woman. In the cabinet, we have 45% of the ministers are women. And so for me, as a Minister of Gender, my portfolio is a bit big. Gender, I make sure that I advocate for women's representation and participation. So I'm proud to invite the woman herself, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to come and officially address you on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. You're Right Honorable, you're welcome.
Please have your seats. The Honorable Betty Amongi, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the permanent secretaries, our development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I was given this speech by the President. And I want to read it verbatim. He is unable to come, as you are aware. We are having a very big event in our country, the NRM conference. And you know he's the chair, newly elected of the national conference. He's that side. But of course, delegation is power. That's why I'm here. I bring you warm greetings from the best president, the best president. One of the best presidents we have in the world. I take this opportunity, let me read his speech now. I take this opportunity to welcome our international guests to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Uganda is proud to host the third biannual International Vision Zero Africa Conference 2025. This event reaffirms Uganda's commitment to improvement of safety, health, and well-being of Uganda's workforce, a key driver of economic development. The NRM government continues to put in place policies, programs, legislations that promote occupational safety and public health. The most recent of these is the Occupational Safety and Health Amendment Act of 2025. This Amendment Act expands the scope of the original 2006 Act to address emerging workplace hazards and dynamic employment trends, including the informal sector. I urge the technocrats to fast-track development of regulations to operationalize this amendment into law, which is designed to strengthen workplace safety and health, and thus promote Vision Zero, which we are talking about today. The theme of the conference is from commitment to action, realizing Vision Zero in Africa. This theme is both timely and significant because Africa is on the path of rapid industrialization, but none of this progress should come at the cost of human lives or health. Excuse me. We should continue to prioritize education and skills development in order to create knowledgeable and skilled workforce. Preventable workplace accidents and occupational diseases have been accepted as an inevitable cost of doing business, especially in developing economies. This is a narrative we must and we will not change. Vision Zero is not an optimum dream, but a practical principle that no loss of life or injury at their place is acceptable. Every worker has the right to return home to their family safe and healthy at the end of each day. At the heart of Vision Zero is the belief that every accident is preventable. Employers, workers, and the communities must be vigilant by reporting hazards, following safety procedures, and respecting agreed standards. Where there is trust, compliance grows, and where there is compliance, accidents are reduced. Workplaces must stop shortcuts to pursue or to pursuit of quick profits, because this short-term thinking, which undermines worker well-being, leads to reputational loss and eventually cripples businesses. Finally, safety must not be viewed as a burden or a cost, but an investment in human capital, productivity, and national growth. Yes, with the right mental attitude toward safety, Africa's workforce can achieve unprecedented levels of productivity and competitiveness. I want to once again thank the international and national organizing committees, together with the event sponsors and partners that have made this event success. Collaborated in this very just cause. I want to thank you. I also want to thank Ms. Allen Kagina for accepting to be Uganda's National Vision Zero Ambassador. And also for all the support you have rendered during the preparation of this event, particularly in regard to stakeholder engagement and resource mobilization. Thank you so much. I now have the pleasure to declare the third biannual International Vision Zero Africa Conference 2025 officially opened. I thank you, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. I am sorry my voice is a bit not good, but I'm on treatment, and I promise tomorrow, if you are still here, my voice will be clear.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Indeed, we are grateful that, considering the activities of the last couple of days, that you've been able to take some time off to come and represent His Excellency the President and also officially declare this event open. Let's remain seated for a very brief one. Right Honorable Prime Minister, with your indulgence, we know that you are extremely busy. Right Honorable Prime Minister, with your indulgence, we know you're extremely busy, but in your speech you did thank Madam Allen Kagina for accepting to be Uganda's ambassador. But guess what? Formally, she's not yet, until this 2 minutes is over. So may I request Dr. Ehi to step forward. Mrs. Kagina, please step to the podium so that you can swear your oath of allegiance before the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and then the Right Honorable Prime Minister will give you the instruments of power as the ambassador, and like she said in her opening remarks, delegation is power. Over to you, Dr. Eddie.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Madam Vice President, for a very lovely speech that came from the President. Thank you so much, Madam Alan Kajina. You will now do the oath of office so that you become the legal ambassador for Uganda. So can you put your hand on your chest?
And can she
repeat?
And can she come to the microphone so
please.
that then I give you this one.
Okay. All right. You repeat after me. Is that okay? See, I, Mrs. Alan Kajina,
Mrs. Alan Kajina,
solemnly commit today
solemnly commit today
to commit myself
to commit myself
as the Vision Zero ambassador for Uganda.
as the Vision Zero ambassador for Uganda.
I promise to work with the ethics of health and safety and well-being,
I promise to work with the ethics of safety and healthy well-being,
advocating for decent work for all workers in any category,
advocating for decent workforce
for workers in any category,
for workers in any category,
and spearheading the actions as it concerns Vision Zero in Uganda.
and spearheading the actions as it concerns Vision Zero Uganda.
I will work relentlessly
I will work relentlessly
and being a good ambassador
and be a good ambassador
of Vision Zero.
of Vision Zero.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So at this point, we will now, Madam Vice President, you just help us just. Sorry, Madam Prime Minister, I'm sorry, please, to decorate her, please.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, now you will do the honor of strapping our ambassador with a sash. Here it is, ma'am.
On behalf of the President of the Republic of Uganda, it is now my honor to dress you in this attire as a symbol that you are a delegate, you are an ambassador for Uganda. Vision Zero, 2025.
Very good one, very good one, very good one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Prime Minister. It hasn't ended. Dr. Kumbola, can you give her the Vision Zero lapel pin upon the ambassador? Yeah. A round of applause for what just happened.
Congratulations. A big round of applause. Congratulations once again. In our language, they say Oraria.
Thank you so much, Madam Prime Minister. So, Uganda, I present to you your Vision Zero ambassador. A round of applause to her.
And as the Prime Minister takes her leave, again, due to constraints of time, perhaps, if she pleases, may I take a picture at the photo booth? But if that's not possible, we will proceed with the conversations that we are having earlier before she came in. I believe that we can multitask, hear some drums in the background as a backdrop of music while we continue to have conversations here. Now, just to set the stage again right for you, The Prime Minister did indicate that there is a huge political event going on in the country. What's for sure, it is indeed nothing short of a safety event. If that event doesn't take place successfully, then you wouldn't comfortably find it important to have your next seminars, conferences, and whatever it is or gatherings in this beautiful republic. So we are trying to ensure vision zero or zero harm to this country in the next 5 years and going forward, so that when you return for the next conferences, you find it as tranquil as you have found it today. Now that said, remember what we talked about, that the sun is overhead at lunchtime? And when the sun goes, so does the lunch. So I am happy to inform you that the lunch went with the sun. So we may have to continue just to conclude this session, so that after this session, we can be able to go and play catch up, catch the lunch, and then come back to this room to catch the rest of the afternoon session. So may I hand back over to the chair and co-chair of this session to take us through the remaining presentations. I think it was Eva that was making her presentation when the Right Honorable Prime Minister came. I don't know, so are you still able to technically proceed, or the speech of the Permanent Secretary, the Minister, and the President's speech have now superseded what you wanted to present to us? We got the next person. Proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that the session happened as it did, because it makes my presentation much more relatable and faster. So I'm requesting that we project, and I see where to catch up, but we are telling you the journey that we are moving as Uganda and why now, Vision Zero for Uganda. And I was trying to paint the picture of the relevance of Vision Zero to us, but I'm requesting that we move to the next slide. I'm going to speed through the presentation. So I just wanted to give you a picture of the numbers that we have in Uganda. We have a labor force out of the population of about 42 million Ugandans. We have those of working age, about 23 million. And of the working age population, those who are actually working, about 11 million. Some are unemployed, some are actually employed, and others are self-employed. But generally, you can see that the total workforce of Uganda is about 11 million Ugandans. Of this population, we have a number that are exposed, according to the National Labor Force Survey, which was done in 2021. About 30% of Ugandans are exposed to accidents, hazards in the workplace, and unfavorable working conditions, 13%. Only about 23% actually receive protective gear at the workplace. Those who reported having suffered accidents and injuries out of the course of work, we had 898,000 Ugandans, of which 357,000 were serious accidents. That is just to say that Vision Zero is timely for us as Uganda, as you can see that there are hazards in our workplaces, and there are lots of people that we need to be mindful about. Next slide, please. So this slide, again, I will not belabor, except to remind us that the Vision Zero is building towards the Sustainable Development Goals, which everyone in the room is interested in. And we know that as the world, we all want to achieve these 17 goals. The objective of adopting Vision Zero for Uganda is for us to be able to elevate the profile of occupational safety and health in Uganda and promote proactive preventive measures within all the sectors of the economy. This cannot be done by government alone, so it calls upon stakeholder commitment, cooperation, and continuous improvement. Next, please. Again, I will not go through the 7 golden rules. As I said, everybody who comes into the podium is talking about them. We can just go to the next one. The next one was copied from one of the speakers that spoke earlier this morning. He gave us a clear sort of roadmap of how Vision Zero as a strategy can be adopted at any level. So for us as a country, we are looking at setting out a basic statement of declaration, clearly mapping out our stakeholders, setting ourselves targets with timelines, and then set out the activities that we want to do in this journey towards Vision Zero and what practical implementation structures we shall put in place. And of course, we shall continuously evaluate how we are doing, and we shall use annual platforms to assess ourselves and to re-strategize. Next, please. So in terms of targets, we would like to be able to define ourselves in terms of what we want for reducing work-related accidents, cases of workers' compensation, bringing them down, reducing the number of work-related fatalities by sector, reducing occupational disease occurrences, and increasing number of workplaces that are actually reporting on work-related accidents. You will note that there are dots on those targets because we haven't yet done the baseline, so it is almost impossible to set yourself a target, yet you don't know where you're starting from. So our very, very starting point should be to establish our profile as a country, where we stand in terms of occupational safety and health, so that targets are clear. In that slide, I am showing where we have come from in terms of Vision Zero. The pictures show, the pictures on the extreme left, your left, would be the pictures which happened at the launch that I talked about earlier when we launched Vision Zero in Uganda last year in August. So it's almost exactly a year ago. A year later, we are hosting this conference. So this is another huge step in the progress of the country. Then on an annual basis, we do hold the World Day for Safety and Health, which the previous officials have talked about. Still, this is one of the platforms through which we haven't been calling it Vision Zero, but really it is to talk about these matters of safety and health. So we shall be more intentional in promoting Vision Zero through these annual commemorations. Next, please. Of course, it goes without mention that we are excited to have someone hand-holding us in terms of being ambassador speaking for the vision in the whole country. She's highly regarded by everybody in this country, so I'm sure that when she speaks, people will listen, and I am sure that we are going to make great strides with her by our side. Her role is to promote dialogue, coordination and engagement, and strategic partnerships in matters Vision Zero, then to use her leadership position, influence, and public presence to champion not just this conference, but the whole message about safety, health, and well-being at work. And of course, I'm sure that the ambassador will play a pivotal role to inspire action, to mobilize stakeholders, and elevate our visibility as a country in terms of preventing work-related injuries and illnesses. Those are still part of the roles that we set out for our ambassador. I will not go through them. We can. Yes, so in terms of facts, again, this is talking about something that we have mentioned before here. Occupational accidents, damage to health, occupational diseases can all be prevented. And we need to ensure decent working conditions, compliance, and human rights at the workplace. Vision Zero's aim is to promote the culture of occupational safety and health through continuous improvement. Safety and health working conditions will have a positive impact on economic success, not just of companies, but of the nation, as has been mentioned in His Excellency's speech that has just been read to us. There is a close linkage between the Vision Zero and economic growth of the country. And every one of us has a fundamental right to life and physical integrity. In terms of the components that we are looking at in promoting this Vision Zero, we want to adopt a safe system approach. We want to use data-driven approach to decision-making. We would like commitment and multi-sectoral collaboration because, again, it's not just about government and it's not just about private sector, but everybody brought on board. Then we are going to have education and awareness lifted to another level. We have been doing some, but we are going to take it to a higher level. And then, of course, enforcement and regulation will continue and will be strengthened to ensure compliance with work-related requirements of health and safety. At that juncture, maybe I can also just mention that as part of enforcement, we are looking at working, the ministry working together with the local governments, because the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development mentioned it, that we have our, call them foot soldiers or troops at the district and at the city levels, who are labor officers, through whom we intend to deliver some of the occupational safety and health services, particularly to do with workplace registration, because this is one of the starting points where you get to know where the different workplaces are and to be able to design your interventions. So these are some of our key stakeholders that we are looking at the local government level, through whom we shall deliver on our mandate as a ministry and towards this Vision Zero. The other stakeholders that we are already thinking about, but we know that this list is going to grow as we do a clear stakeholder mapping. We have entrepreneurs, board members, because we talk of leadership. We cannot have safety and health and Vision Zero without leaders. So CEOs, managers, frontline supervisors, all these are critical for the achievement of the vision. Then all employees at all levels and employee representatives. And then there are also external actors who may not necessarily be within the workplace setting, but have a strong influence and are able to enable us to promote this vision. So all these are stakeholders that we are going to clearly map and see how to engage. The goal of the action plan that we are going to come up with is to interest all workplaces to adopt this vision so that we can minimize occupational and work-related accidents and diseases. We shall take it step by step, because continuous improvement cannot be achieved at a go. So that is effectively what we plan to do. This is just like trying to think ahead. It's not something that has been clearly discussed. So once the stakeholders are brought together, we intend to see how we can achieve, what we can achieve within the short term, medium term, and long term. Probably as a starting point, we need to establish a coordination committee, establish a national OSH profiling that I talked about, sort of to give us a baseline. And then as part of the amendment of the Act, we have a requirement for workplace audits. So these are going to kick off in earnest in all sectors. And then have the workplaces at their level now develop policies for those that do not have policies. We believe this can be done in the first 2 years of implementing the Vision Zero strategy. Next, please. In the medium term, we are looking at targeting specifically the informal sector with tailor-made solutions, because already they are in the law, but we need to design something that is suitable for them as informal sector. Then to invest in equipment and infrastructure, then to continue promoting public awareness. It's already ongoing but we need to strengthen it. Next. In the long term, we must continue to leverage on technology, support and promote innovation at all levels for the promotion of Vision Zero. We need to enhance emergency preparedness and response, and then we need to evaluate continually and to refine the strategies that we have put in place. Next, please. There are challenges and there are opportunities with putting in place this roadmap for our country. Of course, we know that there are limited resources. Resources are never enough, and as Uganda, we know there are many competing priorities. So that is one of the challenges we are alive to. We have the inadequacy of infrastructure and equipment that might be required to implement this vision. Then there's the challenge that the collaboration and partnerships have not been strong before, but we need to work on this challenge so that it becomes a strength or an opportunity, because there are many stakeholders out there with whom we can work to promote this vision. And then, of course, there are social-cultural factors which could hinder our achievement of this Vision Zero. The opportunities we have, you moved a bit too soon. I just want to go through the opportunities. We have the opportunity for international collaboration. We have partners we have established through this event, and we know that we can benchmark on your achievements and your progress. We are going to leverage on technology. We shall engage the local community, and then we shall go beyond. We shall work towards going beyond the minimum requirements in achieving this Vision Zero. So finally, next slide, which is hopefully the last, it is an appeal to all of us in the room, both those at the national level, international level. Let's work together to make this Vision Zero a reality for Uganda. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, for this impressive insight into the plan and the strategic action you are already preparing for Uganda. Dr. Omar and Professor Mitra, are you aware that you are standing between the well-being of our audience and the lunch break? So my question is, are you able to give us short impressions to what you can report from your country? So please keep it as short as possible. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm told to make it as short as possible. Can we start my presentation? But I have like 3 or 4 questions to refresh our minds so that I can make my presentation easier. I'll pose those questions to you. You don't need to respond them here. But when you are sitting in your hotel at the room, you will start try to figure out what are the correct answers. The first question is, accidents are there to happen, true or false? No. Accidents are caused, true or false? Accidents are preventable, true or false? The acceptable number of occupational accident fatalities in any country is 0, true or false? If it is false, Vision Zero campaign. But if it is true, but the target is so high, so we have to analyze and we have to find a way so that we can have a target which is realistic and achievable. Next slide. Next slide. When I was preparing my presentation, I have 18 slides, but because of time, and because most of the slides have already been presented by previous speakers, I will only present 10 slides. But during my preparation of this presentation, I come across the quote. It doesn't matter how many resources you have. If you don't know how to use them, it will never be enough. Sometimes we normally say resources are scarce, resources are limited. But the issue is we have so much resources. Vision is one of the resources we have. But how to use those resources to realize and to have impact of that resources. We have a number of documents, we have a number of strategies, but most of them we have put them on shelf. It's time now to take them so that we actually leave our theme from commitment to action. I have a number of dots here, but I'll present almost 3 or 4 points. Next slide, please. You're all aware Vision Zero is a global prevention strategy aiming at eliminating work-related injuries, fatalities, and diseases. How? It is by integrating safety, health, and well-being into every aspect of the work. So far from literature review, we're all aware that Vision Zero campaign has proved successful across Europe. And now it has expanded to other parts of the world, including Africa. We, Tanzania, this year we have launched Vision Zero in our 10th anniversary for WCF. As a country, we think it is important for us to embrace Global Vision Zero strategy as a key part in its effort to prevent occupational accidents and diseases. And that's why we are working hard to make sure that the Vision Zero strategies are implemented, whether in small industries or big industries, regardless of the sectors, in any sector, but also we want to make sure that we use the data we have, the data that are already analyzed, to make sure that we implement and we make sure that the Vision Zero strategy are implementable. Next slide. Some of the questions I posed to you, you may have answers from this slide. It's well known that work-related accident diseases are preventable if appropriate strategies are in place. It is also well known that zero accident is the only acceptable number. No death or serious injury at workplace is acceptable. We all know that Vision Zero program is not a rigid set of rules, but a flexible framework that can be adopted to any organization, industry, or any country. We have mentioned a set of rules, the 7 golden rules, and I don't want to dwell on that because previous speakers have talked about it. Next slide, please. If you look at this slide, for the past 9 years, WCF, which is one of the organizations collecting occupational accident and diseases data, we have received almost 26,000 claims. And out of these 26,000 claims, 95% are occupational accident. And only 5% is occupational diseases. And from the occupational accident, we have received 5% out of them, they are fatal occupational accidents. We have analyzed the causes of these fatal accidents. 54% of those fatal accidents are from motor traffic accident, with it is a conveyance accident. Those are the employees who are going to work or they are going back to home from work. So you can see from this slide, the trend is going up. We started with very low numbers, almost 700. But the second year it doubles to 100 and 500. Last year, it reaches almost 5,000. The year before, the number of incidents were reduced to about 3,800. And we ask ourselves why there was a reduction in that year. Until now, we don't have the correct answer. It is something that we have to work on it. Next strategy. We have also analyzed those accidents, where they come from. More than 50% of those accidents are coming from manufacturing industry. followed by transportation industry, followed by administration and support. These are office workers, construction, and mining. This is contrary to global stats, whereby transportation, mining, and construction are the leading sectors. They are the high-risk sectors. But ours, we have seen a lot of cases are from the manufacturing industry. Next slide, please. From the analysis, the occupational accidents we have categorized them into two categories. One is workplace accidents, and the others are conveyance accident. And we have noted for the workplace accident, the occupations that is more vulnerable is the operators and technicians. While for the conveyance, the office workers are more vulnerable as compared to other occupations. Next slide, please. We do also analysis for bodily location of the injured employee. And we came to find that about 65% of the cases we receive, the body part injured is upper extremities and lower extremities, which means upper extremities is 42% and lower extremity is 23%. This information is vital to us because we provide compensation. Those who have injured the arm, the fingers, the thumbs, the percentage disability is very high as compared to those who are injured with the lower arm, the lower extremity. So to us, to strategize prevention mechanism, we also need to have this data. Next slide, please. We're all aware the benefits of implementing Vision Zero, and I don't like to dwell on that. Please, next slide. In 2019, the Vision Zero agenda was commenced, and this was done in collaboration between WCF, Workers' Compensation Fund, OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. This is the organization mandated for prevention of occupational accident and diseases, and other partners including parent ministry, stakeholders like trade unions and employers association. We conducted a sensitization campaign to high-risk sectors, as I mentioned earlier, the manufacturing industry, the construction, and the mining. And one of the issues that were mostly raised to them is the introduction and the incorporation of 7 Vision Zero golden rules to the OSH management system at the enterprise level. Next slide, please. In 2023, WCF initiated a translation of the Vision Zero Employers Guide into Swahili. And this guide was intended to cater for all Swahili-speaking communities, mostly in East and Southern Africa, emphasizing on inclusion while reinforcing the commitment of the country in assuring wider adoption of the Vision Zero principle. The translated Swahili guide was officially released at the Vision Zero Global Platform on 29th October 2024. And as I said earlier, in July 2025, WCF, as a member of the ISA, launched Vision Zero in Tanzania during its 10th anniversary celebration. Next slide, please. The picture you see here is during the launching of the Vision Zero. So it is the colorful picture. We have some of the board members we have here in the conference, and some of the other key stakeholders from neighboring countries. I've seen them also here. Next slide, please. So the colorful, the raising of the Vision Zero flag. You can see, next slide, please. In the period between February to June 2025, a total of 24 employers were visited in Tanzania for Vision Zero engagement. And activities conducted during the engagement were to raise awareness on Vision Zero program to employers, but also to introduce the Swahili Vision Zero guide and Vision Zero principles, to support their initiatives for the workplace evaluation, but also to provide technical assistance on the Vision Zero implementation program. The information and development of information, education, and communication materials will also developed and disseminated. And among those 24 employers, 6 employers signed the commitment form and registered into Vision Zero global platform. Next slide, please. So that is also the pictures show awareness that were conducted to employers. Next slide. What are our plans? What are the way forward as far as the challenges I have mentioned? One is the capacity building. In collaboration with other stakeholders, we are planning to conduct a training session and provide resources to enhance the capacity of employers, employees, and stakeholders in promoting occupational safety and health culture. But we also plan to enhance collaboration with government, non-government, and international partners in implementation of Vision Zero program, to develop online communication platform for Vision Zero companies and supporters in Tanzania, to develop e-learning platform for Vision Zero training, to establish centralized digital platform for reporting and analyzing OSH performance based on the Vision Zero indicator, but also to conduct annual survey to assess progress, to identify high-risk sectors requiring focused intervention, and last, to continue collaboration with ILO, ISA, OSHA Africa, and Vision Zero Africa Network to share Vision Zero progress and adopt global best practices. We all know that we are sure that to promote voluntary compliance to all local legislator is also one of the plan. Actually, we are ambitious too. With that presentation, may I take this opportunity to say thank you so much for listening. Santi.
Thank you very much for this impressive introduction to what's going on in Tanzania. Now we move quickly to India. Please, you have the final presentation for the morning. This is the morning, the African morning.
Good afternoon, all of you. I know it's a bit of a challenge to hold you from lunch, but let me nonetheless make my presentation. If you could just, my colleagues would just show me the slides. I'll just one by one quickly run through them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are the introductory slides. I don't need to kind of emphasize them because throughout the morning we have been kind of getting an overview of what's Vision Zero all about and what are the golden rules all about. We have a fairly impressive OSH setup in our country. We have the Ministry of Labor and Employment playing the central role, and then we have the various OSH standards and the various institutions promoting the whole OSH framework and also doing the enforcement. Next, please. Yeah, these are the institutions which promote the OSH framework in this country. Next. Yeah, these are the various institutions. Yeah. Right. You may ask that with such a robust OSH framework, why do you need Vision Zero? We are singularly beholden to the German government of Vision Zero in this country because we need to push this agenda further. It's all right in having a set of legislations, a set of enforcement framework, but Vision Zero gives that kind of a push, which, as we have been hearing about, the role of leadership, the role of training, the role of workers. So all have to kind of gel and integrate into one. And that, I feel, is Vision Zero gives us that kind of atmosphere, or that kind of a setup, which can kind of inculcate a preventive culture in our country. Next. Yeah. the safety and health regime, it is enshrined in our constitution. Article 39 of our constitution ensures that the government needs to, the state needs to ensure a robust OSH framework. Next. Yeah. So it's a journey which we started sometime in 2015 with the role of the conferences, but the Vision Zero movement actually had started earlier. 2010, we had the thought that came into our country, and then we had a formal MOU followed by conferences, and this MOU also got renewed in 2018, and it continues to do so. So Vision Zero is not only a kind of a movement in this country, but it has also got the sanctity of the state, the sanctity of the government. Next. Yeah, so I was telling you, October 2010, how the concept came, and then we had the MOU in November 2018. Next. And then the corporates have started adopting this Vision Zero concept. The major corporates which have adopted this kind of a concept and brought in the safety culture. Next, please. Yeah. So I will come to the corporates a little later, but what kind of motivates the adoption of this corporate culture? Because after all, we need to kind of comply with international standards. And without kind of compliance with the international safety standards, India will not be able to compete in this highly competitive global world. So that was one of the motivations which kind of made the corporates sit up and realize that it is important to adopt a particular logo, a particular vision, a particular approach towards occupational safety and health. So this is what the Vision Zero actually gives us, that kind of a perspective. Next. Yeah, the top managements, Tata Steel, Reliance, L&T, Vedanta, they are some of the top kind of corporates which have adopted Vision Zero in terms of making an effort to bring this zero accident, zero occupational health culture in their country by percolating the thought down the hierarchy, I must say. Next. Yeah. So what are the steps they have taken? Through digitization, training and capacity building, audits and benchmarking, which we have been hearing throughout this morning. And this is what the corporates in India have also adopted. Next, please. Yeah. So the cases which I was mentioning, Tata Steel, how they have achieved, Larsen and Toubro, JSW Group, which runs huge steel plants in our country. So that thought is percolating down. Now the next step would be to kind of extend the concept to their supply lines and then gradually percolate it down to the informal sector, because India has a vast informal sector and almost 93% of our workforce of 450 million is kind of engaged in the informal sector. The next big challenge for the Vision Zero is to carry this forward through our agents of change. Next. Yeah, the challenges. Cultural resistance, yes, certainly there is a cultural resistance. I will not say that everybody kind of gives a red carpet welcome to Vision Zero. We need to kind of push this concept. There would be, because human life is kind of precious and we cannot afford to lose a single human life by way of occupational safety and health. So limited, yeah, would you just go back to the previous slide, please? Yeah, limited skilled workforce, that is itself is a challenge. Complex supply chains, operational maturity gaps. So we need to kind of reckon and face these challenges. Yeah, next. Yeah, it's of course transformative impact, which I have said in the beginning, and Vision Zero kind of gives this kind of an impact to the corporates. Next. Yeah, so the Vision Zero rating system, which my colleague Dr. Singh will kind of make a presentation in the next session, and that's going to be the solid work which we have achieved through Vision Zero, because after all, the proof of the pudding lies in eating. So unless you do an OSH rating system, we will not be able to say which are the corporates that have gone ahead in this race, which have the corporates which have stayed back. So the Vision Zero rating, I will not kind of tell you the essentials of it, which my colleague will present it in this next session. Yeah. So that is, I mean, basically, the Vision Zero, I've given you the broad points. Yeah, next. Yeah, so I will end my presentation here with the, with the hope that, yes, we intend to carry this movement forward in India, and we expect the ISA Secretariat, the DGUV, particularly Professor Nuetel, with whom we have been kind of engaging for the last maybe 10, 15 years. He has been a great tower of inspiration for all of us in that country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this journey to India and the inspiring report you showed to us, you presented to us. Now, I think in the program we have 40 minutes for panel discussion left, yeah? Do you agree? Another 40 minutes in the morning session? No? No? Okay. What can we do? My suggestion is you ask the questions to the speakers during the lunch break. Yeah? Okay, and I do another 30 minutes of summing up. Yeah. Let me close this morning session that I must commit. I learned about really advanced examples how to go on, how to proceed with this Vision Zero movement, and Africa or the African countries presenting here, and also of course India, you are more advanced than I expected originally. So congratulations to the achievements. My summary is we start with the commitment. First you learn, you hear Vision Zero is a global movement, is a strategy, and then you start, you commit by yourself, by a country. Then you start with being active, so with action. And the destination, the goal has to be to have a strategic action. And this is the National Vision Zero strategy, which should be developed. It can be different from country to country, but we have heard from countries who are already on that way and to achieve the targets. So congratulations again. I would like, if Mr. Ehi Eden allows me, to close this session, and I would like to thank all the excellent speakers and our interpreter here. She's doing a hard job as well. So please, a big applause, an emotional applause to all of them. And with that, we hand over to the Master of Ceremony, and he will give us the instruction where the queue begins.
Thank you very much. I believe that indeed it couldn't have been a better time to conclude and say lunch is served. Now, a few housekeeping rules around the lunch. First, for those of you who come from farther away, our cuisine is the baseline of the stuff you eat in your place. And I'm using the word stuff a bit disdainfully, meaning that by the time you find a pineapple in the queue here in Uganda, I can swear to you it was in the garden flourishing yesterday. But when you find the same pineapple in your stalls where you come from, it's been there for months of freight, then cold storage, then some beating up, some injections, and finally back into the storage which they give you to eat. So what am I saying simply? What you're going to have here is fresh food. Be it the meat, the cows and chickens were alive yesterday. This morning is when they faced their death. The plantain was flourishing and all. Meaning that even when you delay for lunch in Uganda, clearly the food is fresh. Okay? You've been served with coupons. We are not going to go by any order of age or alphabetical order or anything. But I would request that we allow Dr. Ehi to lead our Vision Zero ambassador so that at least she gets to be first in the queue here. It's ladies first. But if for nothing else, again, as a good reception to how it goes. So the serving point is right outside the tent. You will pick the buffet arrangement. It's not a la carte. And then we can find an easy way of sitting in the exhibition tent, which has some seating facilities to have our lunch. It is exactly 2 minutes past the hour of 3 o'clock Ugandan time, which is East African Standard Time. I expect us back into this room at exactly 3:55 p.m. At exactly 3:55 p.m., we kick off. So you have 52 minutes to indulge in your lunch. Bon appétit, mesdames et messieurs. If you're not sure of what's on the menu, just make sure you have a Ugandan next to you. They will be explaining to you what the food is. But if I were you, I would try out everything on offer. Our food is guaranteed natural and nice. It doesn't give any form of food poisoning.
To the earth we belong. From desert to seaweed, we don't want. Twale salute to all my padi them. Kila mtu pamoja sasa yuko, tunaimba wimbo wa moja. Sunrise na mambo yetu good. Elephants when they walk in peace. Ndio sisi African warriors, kwa pamoja we live in harmony. Mama Africa, you gave my heart. Na watoto wako niko tayari. Sisi ni ndugu, hakuna shaka. One love, one blood forever. Mama Africa, you gave my heart. Na watoto wako niko tayari. Sisi ni ndugu, hakuna shaka. One love, one blood forevermore. Hapo zamani, long time ago, we fought, but now we dey grow. In unity we find our song. Atulokwe sisi ni familia. Kuna watoto wanacheza kwa mstari. From Nairobi to Lagos we dey shine. Together strong we no go tire. Umoja wetu na nguvu sana. Under the sky we dance and sing. Unity they make my heart beat glow. Tufurahi sisi cha msingi. African rhythm we no go slow.
Shine bright though, night so peaceful, yeah. Wind they whisper softly, sleep they come to you. Tuko pamoja sasa, kwa ndoto za amani, sauti za usiku, moyo wako tulia. They scatter like diamonds in sky. Water no get enemy. Relax, make us sing, cry. Sote tuko pamoja na dunia ya kimya. Usingizi utakuja na utulivu wa mabawa. La 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 la, sleep go follow you. La 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 la, dreams they come true. I woke up for this journey, and me I go protect myself. Pole dream de bana, moyo wangu na jua yangu. I fit hear my own heartbeat inside my chest, 90 beat. Nenda pole usikimbie, kwa macho yangu naona mimi na mimi tu, naenda na uhai wangu. Self-loving the necessary, kwa roho yangu natunza. No shaking and no go fear, my life I dey cherish, yeah. Kidogo kidogo tu sahihi, moyo wangu naona. No shaking and no go fear, na life I dey cherish, yeah. Kidogo kidogo tu sahihi, moyo wangu naona. Na utulivu moyoni, isabi my way don't set. Nivutie pumzi ni sisi, kwa dunia yangu tu. Oh,
mimi na mimi tu, naenda na uhai wangu. Self-loving the necessary, kwa roho yangu natunza. I work out for this journey, and me I go protect myself. Pole pole twende bana, moyo wangu najua yangu. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Chichili maisha ni zawadi. Chichili utulivu ndani yako. Wacha mawazo yawe mbali, hofu ya kesho haifai. Leo ni nafasi ya kupumzika, ndani ya sasa tupate faraja. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Chichili maisha ni zawadi. Chichili utulivu ndani yako. Angalia jua linavyotua, nyota zinatokea, dunia ni safi. Usiku wa leo, usiku wa amani, utulie moyo, yote yatakuwa sawa. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Chichili maisha ni zawadi. Chichili utulivu ndani yako. Kila pumzi ni baraka, usiwe na haraka. Hisi jinsi maisha yanavyopendeza, kila sekunde ni mwangaza. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Chichili maisha ni zawadi. Chichili utulivu ndani yako. Kila pumzi ni baraka, usiwe na haraka. Hisi jinsi maisha yanavyopendeza, kila sekunde ni mwangaza. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Nguvu za jua zinanita, mawimbi yanacheza mwanzo wa asubuhi. Maji ya bahari yanazungumza nami, najiweka huru kwa amani ya moyoni. Nchi za mbali zinanipungia mkono, miti ya kijani inaimba wimbo, ninafuata sauti ya upepo mkali, kupata utulivu ndani ya roho yangu. Amani, amani moyoni, sawa na kupumua kwa urahisi. Amani, amani, nafuu, maisha ni rahisi na yenye furaha. Katika kivuli cha miti mikubwa, ninasikia nafsini mwangu maji yanayotiririka kwa utulivu. Ni safari ya kutafuta amani. Nyota za usiku zangu zinasema ndoto za amani na utulivu. Mwezi unasimama kama mshauri, nipatie amani ya kweli. Amani, amani moyoni, sawa na kupumua kwa urahisi. Amani, amani, nafuu, maisha ni rahisi na yenye furaha. Katika kivuli cha miti mikubwa, ninasikia nafsini mwangu maji yanayotiririka kwa utulivu. Ni safari ya kutafuta amani ya amani. Nyota za usiku zangu zinasema ndoto za amani na utulivu. Mwezi unasimama kama mshauri, nipatie amani ya kweli. Amani, amani moyoni, sawa na kupumua kwa urahisi. Amani, amani, nafuu, maisha ni rahisi na yenye furaha. Katika kivuli cha miti mikubwa, ninasikia nafsini mwangu maji yanayotiririka kwa utulivu. Ni safari ya kutafuta amani. Nyota za usiku zangu zinasema ndoto za amani na utulivu. Mwezi unasimama kama mshauri, nipatie amani ya kweli. Amani, amani moyoni, sawa na kupumua kwa urahisi. Amani, amani nafuu, maisha ni rahisi na yenye furaha. Katika kivuli cha miti mikubwa, ninasikia nafsini mwangu maji ya giza la usiku, lambamba pole, nyota zinang'aa, anga ni nzuri. Pumzika mmoja, ndoto njema japo usiku wa raha, lala pole pole. Utasikia sauti za upendo wa mbali, uko salama kwenye mikono ya anga. Pumzika sasa, usijepoi, ndoto za nyota ziko juu yako sasa. Upepo wa kiangazi unaleta amani, sauti ya asili inaimba kwa upole. Pumzika roho yangu, furahi milele. Usiku wa mbali ni tamu na laini. ya anga linakushika shikamo. Pumzika sasa, usiku wajapo, ndoto za nyota zinakulinda kwa wema. Twende pamoja kwenye safari ndoto, maji matulivu chini ya mwezi mkali. Hewa safi inajaza roho yetu, usiku wa ndoto ni wetu wa pekee. Utasikia sauti za upendo wa mbali, uko salama kwenye mikono ya anga. Pumzika sasa, usijepoi, ndoto za nyota ziko juu yako sasa. Siku na jua, roho inatulia, mbali na giza, napumzika sasa. Mawazo husama, moyo wa raha, wimbi la bahari linacheza pole pole. Tulia tu uwepo, sisi ni watoto wa jua. Mwanga unatuliza, siku inaburudisha. Majani mabichi nipe nguvu na amani, kutembea kwa utulivu asubuhi nzuri. Milima inaimba nyimbo za kutuliza, jana imepita, leo tunashereheka. Tulia tu uwepo, sisi ni watoto wa jua. Mwanga unatuliza, siku inaburudisha. Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea, moyoni kuna utulivu, napata nafuu. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha. Nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. zakumbuka amani. Nyota angani zaniongoza njia, usiku wapita, amani ni yangu. Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea ndani yangu, na amani nitalala salama. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha, nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani. Nyota angani zaniongoza njia, usiku wapita, amani ni yangu. Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea ndani yangu, na amani nitalala salama.
Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea, moyoni kuna utulivu, napata nafuu. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha, nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani. Nyota angani zaniongoza njia, usiku wapita, amani ni yangu. Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea, moyoni kuna utulivu, napata nafuu. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha, nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege zakumbuka amani.
Now what you mean? Let's dance for the little things. Small, small joy where they make heart sing. And watch on me, no worry, no fear. Now the golden moments make life clear. I wake up, sun they shine from my window. Birds they sing life, they move slow. Cause you all are just peace for my soul. I thank Baba God for all way I know. I be you see the smile with their for face. Now the little blessings we know they waste. And my jacket will blind your eye. For this world I love will make you fly. And watch on me, let's dance for the little things. Small, small joy where they make heart sing. And watch on me, no worry, no fear. Now the golden moments make life clear. Life no be only for big, big dreams. Sometimes not a little laugh where we they scream. You feel find joy for the rain where they fall, or for the smell of mama soup where they call. Or me, just take on one by one. For every day, the beauty just they come. Would you really love now? Yeah, don't look far. Small blessings, they shine like stars. And watch on me, let's dance for the little things. Small, small joy where they make hearts sing. And watch on me, no worry, no fear. Now the golden moments make life clear. I am alone, but love go remain. And my badura joy go follow your name. When the moon they shine, or when you know day, just remember saying a small joy go stay. And watch on me, let's dance for the little things. Small, small joy where they make hearts sing. And watch on me, no worry, no fear. Now the golden moments make life clear. Oh, and watch on me, edge on me. And watch on me, edge on me. Put your eye on, and watch on me. Small, small joy, now here we go see. To see every night and day. Penzi lako linanifanya smile. Waweza kukaa karibu, tuko hapa tu. Together we walk, hakuna matata. You gon' be okay when I day with you. We dance to the rhythm. Pacho la luna. Usiku wote wanazia stars. Hold my hand tight, we go through it all. My sweet love, oh my sweet love. Nimeshikilia, I don't let go. My sweet love, oh my sweet love. Tunakubaliana, hearts beat slow. It'll be alright, bila shaka yangu, iyo moyo wangu. We gon' make it through. Kwa sababu yako, ninapambana sana. One love, one life, hakuna wa kututenga. Tumejaliwa na baraka nyingi, tunakaa pamoja kama tai na mbao. Usiniache tuendeleze pamoja. Love so pure, sweet and kind. My sweet love, oh my sweet love. Nimeshikilia, I don't let go. My sweet love, oh my sweet love. Tunakubaliana, hearts beat slow. maji yanatiririka, soft breeze we blow, hakuna matata.
Mama Africa call, sauti za usiku, karibu karibu feel, mwanga wa jua. Meditate small, small, pole pole hakuna haraka. Life tena journey, hakuna matata.
Nature na friend, maji ni roho, juu with the earth, mwanga ni faraja.
Breathe in deep now, kama vile upepo. Worries just fade away, maisha ni kutembea.
Peace for your mind, moyo wako upendeze. Harmony around, pole pole songa mbele.
Mama Africa call, sauti za usiku, karibu karibu feel, mwanga wa jua. Meditate small, small, pole pole hakuna haraka. Life tena journey, hakuna matata. Nature na friend, maji ni roho, juu with the earth, mwanga ni faraja. Breathing deep now,
Kama vile upepo,
worries just fade away, maisha ni kutembea. Peace for your mind,
moyo wako upendeze. Harmony around,
pole pole songa mbele.
As Workers' Conversation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of your well-being is our number one concern. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of your well-being is our number one concern.
it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Commit yourself and champion this campaign. Hey, hey. Invest in people, but be a leader. Ensure self and health in what you do. Yonse ni pa zero.
Yonse ni pa zero.
Ni pa zero.
Yonse ni pa zero. Yonse ni pa zero. Ayo wandi, wemu bomfi wandi. Yonse ni pa zero. Yonse ni pa zero.
Vision Zero is based on the belief that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable. Remember that lack of proper safety and health measures has claimed a number of lives. Therefore, let us hold hands and speak against every malpractice relating to safety and health issues. You and I are responsible for our own future. Vision Zero. Workers' Compensation Fund.
Construction safety is our priority. We believe once we hold our hands, we can do, we can achieve everything, everything we focus on. We can do it, we can bring all accidents to zero. We can do this, we can do this. Just tell everybody we follow all lay down rules.
Our Vision Zero, let's champion this campaign. Construction safe, let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Our Vision Zero, let's champion this campaign. Construction safe, let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better.
Injuries and accidents can be avoided if you work on heights. Ensure you are safe by having the right PPE. Your safetyness should be good. Ensure your scaffolds are strong. We can do this. Just do your part, and I will do my part. I know we can do it.
Our Vision Zero, let's champion this campaign. Construction safe, let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Our Vision Zero, let's champion this campaign. Construction safe, let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Vision, Vision Zero. Vision, Vision Zero. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Vision, Vision Zero. Vision, Vision Zero. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Vision, Vision Zero. Vision, Vision Zero. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I will protect myself, 'cause I love myself better.
Vision, 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 vision zero.
I believe we are all enjoying our meal, and like we had agreed, here is a reminder call that we summarize our very sumptuous meal and then get down to some real business for the afternoon. Thank you.
Let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself, if you love yourself. I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better.
Injuries and accidents can be avoided Patient safety is our priority. We believe once we hold our hands, we can do, we can achieve everything, everything we focus on. We can do it, we can bring all accidents to zero. We can do this, we can do this. Just tell everybody we follow all lay down rules.
Our vision's here. Let's champion this campaign. Construction set. Let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself. If you love yourself,
I'll protect myself,
'cause I love myself better. Our vision's here. Let's champion this campaign. Construction set. Let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself.
If
you love yourself,
I'll protect myself,
'cause I love myself better.
Injuries and accidents can be avoided if you work on heights. Ensure you are safe by having the right PPE. Your safetyness should be good. Ensure your scaffolds are strong. We can do this. Just do your part, and I will do my part. I know we can do it.
Our vision's here. Let's champion this campaign. Construction set. Let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself. If you love yourself, I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Our vision's here. Let's champion this campaign. Construction set. Let's champion this campaign. Protect yourself. If you love yourself, I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Vision, vision, zero. Vision, vision, zero. Protect yourself. If you love yourself, I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Vision, vision, zero. Vision, vision, zero. Protect yourself. If you love yourself, I'll protect myself, 'cause I love myself better. Vision, vision, zero. Vision, vision, zero. Protect yourself. If you love yourself, I will protect myself, 'cause I love myself better.
Vision, 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 zero.
As Workers' Conversation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our vision zero. We believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our vision zero. We believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Safety anywhere we need. Health we wake up of it. Your well-being is our number one concern. Safety anywhere we need. Health we wake up of it. Your well-being is our number one concern.
It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what you do. Commit yourself and champion this campaign. Hey, hey. Invest in people, but be a leader. Ensure self-and health in what you do. Don't send it by zero.
Don't send it by zero. Don't send it by zero. Don't send it
Vision Zero is based on the belief that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable. Remember that lack of proper safety and health measures has claimed a number of lives. Therefore, let us hold hands and speak against every malpractice relating to safety and health issues. You and I are responsible for our own future. Vision Zero.
I believe that we're now ready to proceed. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
As Workers' Conversation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Vision Zero. We believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero. We believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Safe anywhere we need. Health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our number one concern. Safe anywhere.
one of the sponsors for the event, the program manager at Enabel, that's the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation. Her name is Sandrine Zico, to come and make one or two remarks and perhaps also confirm that the next international conference may be supported by Enabel. Who knows? The podium is yours. Thank you very much.
Representatives of governmental institutions, representative of development partners, participants from around the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon and welcome back. It is a great honor for me, on behalf of Enable, the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation, to be with you today. I wish to commend the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, together with our esteemed partners and the African Vision Zero Network, for making it possible for Uganda to host this important platform. For those of you who don't know Enable, Enable is the Belgian Agency of International Cooperation, and we've been here in Uganda for more than 25 years. As a bilateral agency, our mission is to contribute to sustainable and inclusive development by supporting governments, institutions, and social partners to deliver people-centered policies in sectors such as health, education, skilling, and economic empowerment. In Uganda, one of our flagship programs focuses on decent work and social protection, because we firmly believe that a job does not only provide livelihood, but it must adhere to the principles of decent work by protecting life, dignity, and human rights. For us, occupational safety and health is not optional. It is a fundamental human right. And every worker deserves the assurance that they will return home safe and healthy to their families. This is why Enable proudly aligns with the Vision Zero campaign, which affirms that every accident, every injury, and every fatality is preventable. The theme of this year's conference, From Commitment to Action, strongly resonates with what we do at Enable. Together with the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and our partners, we are helping turn commitments into concrete measures. How? Let me give you some examples. By strengthening labour inspection systems, providing OSH and labour inspection guidelines, digital tools, vehicles, motorcycles, so officers can effectively monitor workplaces. By enhancing OSH standards to training of labour inspectors, workers' representatives and employers. By promoting workers' compensation and social protection mechanisms to ensure, should accidents occur, that workers and their families are well taken care of. And by facilitating social dialogue, because safe and productive workplaces are only possible when governments, employers, and workers sit together and share that responsibility. So through these actions, Enable is supporting Uganda and contributing to Africa's broader journey towards safer, healthier, and more productive workplaces. Distinguished guests, today you've heard from the Permanent Secretary about the OSH magazine. Allow me to share one more important initiative, because during this conference, we are proud to launch the OSH poster campaign with Uganda's tourism and hospitality sector. Co-created with the OSH department at the ministry and our partners, Notukoftu and FUI, with support from the Belgian Federal Public Service of Employment, Labour and Social Dialogue. This campaign seeks to raise awareness and inspire practical action on OSH in hotels, restaurants, and related workplaces. The goal of these campaigns are simple but powerful. Reduce workplaces accidents and occupational illnesses, improve compliance with OSH standards, and contribute to safer, healthier, and more productive workplaces in this fast-growing sector. This campaign is more than communication. It is a catalyst for behavioral change, ensuring that as Uganda's tourism and hospitality industry expands, it does so on the foundation of decent work and dignity for all, while capturing the spirit of Vision Zero. Every worker must be protected, every workplace must be respectful, and every life must be valued. Distinguished guests, the journey towards Vision Zero is ambitious, and very rightly so, because achieving this requires strong partnerships that go beyond borders, institutions, and sectors. And this is why Enable is very proud to work hand in hand with the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, as well as several governmental institutions such as the TVET Council, under the strong leadership of today's Ambassador Mrs. Allen Kagina as a chairperson. We also collaborate with employers' organizations and unions, international partners, and most importantly, with all of you gathered here today. Because it is only through such partnerships that we move from slogans to solutions, from promises to protection. And as we started exchanging and learning on such crucial issue, let us all reaffirm very clearly across Africa and to the world that we are ready to make Vision Zero Africa a reality, not only with insights, but most importantly, with concrete commitments and actionable strategies that will make a difference in every workplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interesting insight and for indeed practically extending the horizons of operational safety, now going into the area of hospitality and tourism, away from what we possibly, if you were in this room, you'd think safety is only very important in industries, in electric generation plants, road construction sites, maybe housing sites. Little did we know that also in the area of hospitality, it's very important to be cognizant of indeed Vision Zero. And yes, I just had a conversation over a lunch with one of the conference delegates who was telling me excitedly that his family is joining him tomorrow so that after this event, they can have 2 weeks of exploring this beautiful country, Uganda. And I can tell you, if there's anyone that is going to enjoy this conference, it is that particular delegate, because the 2 weeks he will have after the conference, he will not only enjoy the beauty of this country, but everything we'll discuss here will become very vivid in his mind, and he will leave with not just words, but ready to carry out action wherever he goes. So now that's an invitation to all of you who only came for the conference in Uganda. You haven't been to Uganda. When you leave the airport, come to a conference room, to a hotel room, and back to the airport. That is not Uganda. We've just served you 1%, which is the beautiful weather and the good food. The rest, you need to stay longer. Enough of my marketing for this country. Let's get down to some more serious business. The reason we're here. But I also must say that what is serious business without enjoying where you're doing the business from? So we're going in for another session, another hard-nosed session where we're discussing Vision Zero implementation in industry. And this session is going to be chaired by the able Mr. Dabson, the CEO of HSE Hybrid, together with Markus Swank from BG Bau of Germany. May I invite these two distinguished individuals to come forward. Mr. Dabson, is that you? That's Markus. All right. So in the absence of Mr. Dabson, since you're the co-chair, you may wish to assume the chairpersonship and then take the honor to invite the panelists that will come to make their presentations. As soon as a panelist steps on the floor, please usher them to their seat, and you will do the honor of remaining standing so that you can chair the session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Markus.
Thank you very much. There, my co-chairman is coming. Hello, Dapo. He's the CEO from the Hybrid Group from Ghana. And my name is Markus Swank. I'm from the BG Bau, from the construction site in Germany. And I'm a member of the board. And in my real life, I'm only a worker. So my English is not the best. But Mr. Nötel promised he don't go away when I have problems with the words. So I have to introduce the speaker. And the first one, and they come here up when I introduce the speaker, and I'm pleased when they stand up and go here. And the first is Mr. Singh. He's a former Director General and Chief Inspector Dog Safety from the Ministry of Labor and Employment from the Government of India. And under his able guidance, the first International Vision Zero Conference on OSH was organized in New Delhi. Hello, Mr. Singh. I'm hope you're here. And the second speaker is Chegi Lwanga. She is QHSE manager from the MLC for EACOP Tanzania. Hello. A lot of vocals. Yeah. And she has extensive expertise in several multidisciplinary projects, including construction, transport, and logistic oil and gas, with the latest being the East African crude oil pipeline. Yeah. And so the third is Miss Florence Matapelo Magamba from South Africa. Yeah, please. And she's in the Occupation Health Program Manager at the Mine Health and Safety Council. And she has over 10 years experience in occupation hygiene and mine ventilation background. and currently pursuing a master degree in public health. And the second speaker from South Africa is Mr. Flexen Magweregwede. I hope it's right. And he's a mining engineer and mine safety expert and a researcher with over 17 years of experience in the mining industry. And the next one, this is Mr. Victor Mbati. He's a quality assurance specialist and a quality assurance manager, and from the company Duman Orange Fiduga. Maybe. I think he have to explain it. So, and then we get to the Yvonne Kaninga Navila. She's a Chief Productivity and Quality Improvement Officer at Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and also founder of Support to Older People in Zambia. And she holds a Master of Public Management, Public Policy and Administration from the University of Potsdam in Germany. It's a wonderful city in the near of Berlin. Yeah. So, and then we have Mr. Osenji Janzi. He is country HSSE manager from the Puma Energy in Zambia. And yes, and the fourth second is Mr. Enes, one time, Helmut Enes. Hi. And she said to me, he's not the father of the Vision Zero, but one of the father from Vision Zero. And he's also a chairman from Vision Zero. We saw him in the morning, and from the steering company of Aisha. And he's president of the section for the mining industry in Asia Mining. And last but not least, Miss Permanel Tau from Denmark. And she's vice president of Human House International Vision Zero Consulting, senior vice president of the Danish Vision Zero Business Council, and co-author of Aisha Vision Zero Guiding on Well-Being. You're welcome, Mrs. Tau. So, okay, thank you. And now I hope, Mr. Singh, you are the first one. Please. I don't know.
I'll need this. Just put the presentation. So, good afternoon. It's really difficult to start a technical session, especially after lunch. I also had lunch. So, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I know we are running behind the schedule, first. Second, since morning, we have discussed mainly the conceptual part and, of course, applications in different countries and different industries. I'll limit myself to the construction industry, that too India, so that it is going to be very crisp, very small. And the very topic of this conference is from commitment to action. So I'll be mainly talking about the action so far, what we have done in India and how we are moving and what are our future plans. Can you put the presentation? So, as the topic of my presentation is construction. In India, construction is one of the largest sector which employs maximum workers. It is because it is covered under the law, so it is organized sector, but most of the workers are not covered in this sector because of some limiting factors. That's why it becomes the unorganized sector. Problems are many. In India, we have got many languages, many regions, and these are the limiting factors when it comes to the implementation of occupational safety and health. Can you put the presentation? And this also? Prompter? Yeah. Next. So if I talk about the construction in India and overview, construction sector is estimated to employ over 300 million people worldwide, representing around 7% of the global workforce. It's a big chunk. Workforce is projected to surge 363 billion by 2030. It's growing very fast. Sector is grappling with substantial global skilled labor shortage, and shortfall of 25% may cause delays and increased cost. Automation and digital transformation are becoming increasingly important and in addressing labor constraints and improving productivity. Next. As we, this was the global data, but when it's come to India, the total Indian workforce is approximately 563 million. 13% of employed in construction sector. This is the latest survey in 2024 we have done, which says 80% of the workforce are unskilled, 84% workers are casual workers, 50 to 60% workers are short-term migrant workers. When I say migrant workers, they come from the villages and they go back to the villages when they are required for agricultural activities. 52.5% of the workers have been registered for different welfare schemes under Government of India, and only 2.2% avail the social security. This is the main attraction point here, where we have to concentrate. Only 2.2% avail the social security, and 1.6 are regular formal workers with EPF approach. When we say back, next. Yeah. Now, if I talk about the fatalities, construction is one of the India's deadliest occupation. 38 fatalities per day in the Indian construction sector, which is roughly around 13,900 deaths annually. It's a huge figure. Sector is responsible for 24.2% of all the occupational fatalities in the country. Next, please. Now, what are the key insights? Fall is the predominant cause, which is followed by collapse and electrocution. Data transparency is very weak because locations are usually remote, and there keeping the record is difficult. That's why there is a huge difference between the government data and the NGO's data. And sometimes there are, faulty design or maybe some other factors. That is also cause of the fatalities. Next. What are the causative factors if we talk? Lack of occupational safety and health awareness. Here, the main population which is engaged in the construction activities, as I told you, sometimes they come seasonal, sometimes they are coming directly from the villages and they have not seen any, modern machines or other things, and they directly come and they get engaged, even they have not perceived the height. So sometimes they fall because of inappropriate action and non-compliance with the regulations and poor safety culture. As the sites are usually isolated far from the city area, where sometimes it is like a bridge construction is going on or some other big project is there. So they are not having much grip of that. And migrant labor worker without training and supervision, subcontractor and fragmented workforce. Even the labor contractor is there, they just bring the people and they start working. Faulty equipment and tools, hazardous working and environment conditions, pressure to meet the deadline. And the next is inadequate emergency response system. And yes, the last one is in most of the countries. Next. To control this situation, Government of India has put a lot of regulations, and which are, few of those regulations are very old and few are recent ones. You can see with the year. BOCW is 1996, but Indian contract workers is 1872 from the British time we are having. Then Factories Act 1948, and still we are amending and it is there. So many acts are there, but now Government of India has taken a major step because of this limiting factor, unorganized sector, what I said, that factor, to control that, they have come up with the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Condition Code. We have got, in Ministry of Labor, we were having more than 42 acts. So we have divided into 4 sects. One is the Code on Occupational Safety and Health. In this, we have amalgamated 14 acts. And now we have made it 13, not 14. Next, please. So that was a regulatory control we have done, but we were lucky to have support from DGUE Germany and ISA Construction. The first MOU between DG Fastly, that is the technical arm under Ministry of Labor in India, and DGUB, first MOU was done in 2015. Next, the outcome was first International Vision Zero conference on OSH in 2017 at New Delhi, which was a big success because from that point we could impress the safety professionals, occupational health professionals. Yes, safety can be achieved, and one of the best way is Vision Zero. From there we started the movement, and followed by the launch of Indo-German focal point for India 2017. It was there in the Bhubaneswar, and it was a major point. Then second MOU between DG Fastly and DGUB, again after 3 years it was repeated. That was 2018, and second international conference was held in Mumbai. That was again, the participation was more than 1,200 participants. It was the 3 days conference that again further gave the push. Then launch of Vision Zero rating system. My senior colleague in the forenoon session, he was talking about this. Vision Zero rating system is how to rate how much we have achieved. This is the biggest problem. Yes, in India, we do safety audits in the site so that as per the Act and other regulations, how much we have achieved. That is one thing. And safety award systems are there to motivate the industries for doing further better and better. Amalgamating these two concepts, we have developed this Vision Zero rating system, where we rate the industries as per their progression. Yes, essentially, there are 2 questionnaires. Questionnaire 1 is talking about, it talks about how much you have done the following of different acts and rules. If they are doing well, then further, because we talk about the Vision Zero concept, going beyond the compliance, going beyond the rules and regulations. So the second questionnaire is based on 7 golden rules, and that measures how much we have achieved. In this scheme, what we are doing, once the industries are with us, then we advise them and we remain in their contact for the full year. Anytime any suggestion, any advice is required, we provide them online, and if required, we go to their premises and this is the gist of this scheme, and it is going well. This is the 4th year. We are going to organize on 8th of October. Yes, more than 100 industries has already joined, and further we will be getting. This is about the, please back. Then to recognize the contribution, Vision Zero rating ceremony and Vision Zero along with that a conference, these years we have done the roundtable on occupational safety and health. You see, Government of India, not only that, even we are doing with the support of DGUV and ISA Construction, but at the same time, German Embassy, New Delhi, they are roundtable conference continuously organizing, and on 7th of October, we are going to organize the 3rd one, where from all over India, they call the experts, we make the path, and then we move further. And recently, launch of Indo-German Cooperation for Safety, Health and Well-being was done. That was formerly Indo-German Focal Point. Please, next. As far as the Indian construction industries, major industrial construction industries are there, this is the listed here. They all are following the Vision Zero concept now. The problem is remaining only the smaller industries, how to do that. Please, next. Yeah. For that, now we have started a new chapter. Under that, these 4 activities we are going to do. The first one, already we have started, first and second one. We are going to smaller industries, those who cannot come forward, they cannot sponsor their workers, supervisors, and safety officers for updating the knowledge or motivational programs. We are going to them. And we are going to the cluster of the industries. Yes, what are your problems, how to solve that, and we keep on updating their knowledge. At the same time, we are going to start, I think in next 3 to 4 months, maybe by December, a safety truck to update the knowledge of or to motivate the workers. We'll be going to the different construction industries, construction sites. There we will call them for 2 hours. We will give them the motivational literature, some interaction, and how to achieve that we'll be doing. Then motivational, this motivation for participation in VZRSI, yes, we call them forward, and awareness literature, pictorial we are doing, because we have learned from DGUV, it has to be pictorial because language should not be the barrier, and India is the country where we have got, yes, national language is one, Hindi, but there are many, many regional languages, and it is said that even after every 50 kilometers, the dialect is changed, and every 200 kilometers, the language is changed. To control that factor, we are going to mainly depend on that. Next. So this way, we are trying to achieve the goal of Vision Zero, prevention culture. Next. The 7 golden rules, yes, once we are able to implement, then we'll be able to achieve. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Right, so thank you so very much, Doc, for that quick presentation. So I'll be going straight to Jackie to give us the perspective from her place. Jackie, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing on the existing protocol, and as I wait for my presentation to be shown, actually, I'm currently managing the 2 biggest risks on the ECOP project. That is road transportation and lifting. Construction is confined. You know, the risks are within our control, but as we heard from Dr. Omar, road transportation, third-party road users, and it's a linear project from Hoima to Tanga. So I work with the main logistics contractor, moving cargo from wherever it's coming from, offshore, India, China, Greece, UK, bringing it into Dar es Salaam, and then sending it all along the pipeline route. Lifting, because we have a lot of casual workers who are not directly employed by us. They're under Ports Authority. So I'm waiting for my presentation to come up. And so Vision Zero reminds us that safety should be the language that we all speak. But I'm here to show you that culture is an accent that cannot be mocked. So I think it was Commissioner Eva who put in her challenges, social and cultural. So I'm going to base my presentation on the cultural aspects of implementing Vision Zero in construction. I hope I can display my presentation. I'd like to do it in maximum 7 minutes. Sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, it's beyond me. Let me just go and check with them.
So do you want us to coordinate? But do you
So
have
maybe
the next person, maybe.
The next person present.
Okay. Okay, so Jack, maybe.
No, let me just go to them.
Yeah, okay.
Please
You-
come and talk with them.
All right. Thank you. All right, thank you. So while we're trying to solve that, okay, maybe, okay, so we can go to the next person. I don't know. Florence, do you have a presentation as well with them? Okay, so we need to, if they have it. So do you have a presentation for Florence? Okay, so just take your seat. I'll get this presentations ready. Just give us a few minutes. So just a bit of a correction while we're doing what we're doing. Please, let's get the presentations ready. I'll come over with all the line-up very shortly. I was introduced as being from Ghana. Ghana is home for me, that's true, but I'm Nigerian. So, but I mean, I'm sure that's clear with the way I'm dressed and everything. So, thank you. So I will get all the presentations ready, one after the other. So just give us a few minutes to sort that out. Do you have your presentation? You just saw yours on the screen. Okay. Maybe we should go with that then. What's the name? Yvonne. I think we saw Yvonne's presentation on the screen now. Can you just put that there? If we can have her speak. The one you put there just now, please put it. Yeah, we just do the 10 minutes while we're waiting for Jackie. Is this yours? All right, so let's invite Yvonne Nawila, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So as I was already introduced, my name is Azdeya, and I am Chief Productivity and Quality Improvement Officer. When I was coming for this conference, I was asked a question, what will you be doing in the Vision Zero conference? And I listened to all the presentations, I think the whole morning. There is no single presentation in terms of the speeches that were presented that had no mention of productivity. True or false? Very true. And so I bring you the link of occupational safety and health of Vision Zero to productivity. And I'll be discussing Vision Zero experiences in trade, and especially as it provides a safe, more productive workplace. Next. And as I go to my presentation, allow me also to say that I'm actually wearing two shoes. I am coming from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and I do bring you those greetings from the National Productivity Development Department. And also, I am representing a continental institution called Pan-African Productivity Association, whose presidency is in Zambia. So I bring you greetings from both institutions. So in terms of my presentation outline, I will look at the key concepts. Of course, I know Vision Zero has been introduced and has been talked about the whole morning, and so I'll say less about it. Then I'll look at the experiences of Vision Zero in the implementation of the traders, so to say. I'll look at the challenges there, the initiatives, and possibly the possible outcome, obviously linked to productivity growth. And then I'll conclude my discussion by looking at a way in which we can sustain Vision Zero in trade, and obviously in all our strategies that we are embarking on. Next. Next. So this is just a brief understanding of trade. I know you know it involves the buying and selling of goods, but I would like to say that trade, as we look at it, is just not mere exchange of monies, exchange of goods, but it has to do more with facilitation of resource access, encouraging specialization, and creating economic ties, which eventually leads to it being an engine for economic growth. In trade, what we know is that we're able to get those goods that we cannot get from within our comparative advantage. And one thing that trade brings to us in this context is the innovation, the creation of jobs, as well as the employment for majority of the labor force. And so talking about Vision Zero in this sector ensures that there's safe, health, and productive workplace across all supply chain. So basically what I am saying is that in trade, we talk about domestic, international trade, which you can break down to wholesale, retail, import, export, intraport, among others. Next. Critical to the issue of trade, I think, are supply chains. I know there's a presentation that is coming on supply chains. I'll say very little, but just to build my discussion, supply chains is actually where trade begins, because it's the entire process of producing and delivering a product or a good that is from raw material to the final product which the consumer will get. So this also includes manufacturing, logistics, warehousing, transportation, and retail. And this, of course, from what I said earlier on, depends on human capital to move all these efficiently and safely. So in terms of Vision Zero in trade, in this area, we're saying this is where most occupational risks occur. That is in manufacturing, logistics, warehousing, transportation, and retail, and all these are associated with trade. Next. Why does Vision Zero matter in trade? According to the latest report of the UNCTAD, global trade reached 33 trillion in 2024. So we're talking about 3.7 growth from 2023. So that is not a joke in terms of its contribution to global GDP, which is about 30% growth. Next. In Africa, trade, I think, has also seen its increase. So in terms of the total trade in Africa, we are talking about 1.4 trillion just in 2024, with a lot of intra-trade happening amongst countries. Next. So when we talk about trade, it's important also to break it down into what goes on in the sector. So trade, the workforce in the trade sector includes the retailers, wholesalers, market traders, logistic handlers, export, among others. And their role ranges from just being in the shop to warehouse and cross-border traders. So, and many of these operate both in formal and informal settings. So I'm bringing up this information so that we understand where the opportunities for Vision Zero lie and how much we need to do. And in this sector, and of course in relation to this workforce, a number of hazards do threaten this workforce, and these include physical hazards, chemical hazards, biological hazards, and psychosocial hazards. Of course, stress, long working hours, customer abuse, among others. Next. The trade sector, of course, just like it was mentioned in the morning, that agricultural sector and construction sector do employ quite a number of people. In many countries that I think I looked at, you find that the trade sector actually has employed quite a number of workforce. So this which I'm showing is some statistics from the Zambian Labor Force Survey, which shows the trade and the transport sector as the highest employer. And so we're saying that since this is the highest employer, then it means that trade itself impacts on many other things, including skill level, and so issues of productivity are key. Next. In the second aspect of my presentation, I look at the challenges in terms of experiences and also some initiatives that we see in this sector that are going on, so that we should be able to establish where we could see opportunities for Vision Zero. Next. So I will start by the challenges. As it was said in the morning, and I'll say it also, we still have over 3 million people who die from work-related accidents. And we also have a number of challenges in terms of occupational safety and health. And the trade sector, of course, like manufacturing, shipping, logistics, are high risk and do require strong OSH. Next. When we look at the African trade, and of course focusing on those three which are part of the supply chain, you will notice one thing, that accidents or occupational safety and health-related fatalities contribute to about 60%, which is just too huge in terms of the human capital. But much more, what we see in this trade sector in Africa is that about 80% of this workforce is informal. And being informal implies quite a number of things, including decent work deficits. And so only about 10% are covered in terms of OSH, in terms of social protection, and many other privileges that are in the formal sector. In terms of the challenges in this sector, infrastructure, I think it was mentioned already in the morning, issues to do with regulatory barriers, high informality, like I have said, which leads to limited financial access, as well as gender gaps, political instability. All these do affect this sector Next. Now, these I'm just showing you are just pictures of what is comprised in this sector. So since majority of those in trade are in the informal sector, you see the kind of work environment that is exposed or that is found in this sector. In terms of other hazards, manual handling, you see the woman there trying to carry something very heavy. I know there's something that is going to be talked about in terms of ergonomics or strain. Next. Violence, attacks, I think is such hazards that we find in this sector. Next. Waste disposal in trading places. So this picture, just where that van, the truck is, you still see people trading. Transport hazards, those people are trying to transport their goods for sale to another place using a boat. That I hope it's not like one of those boats I've seen in Lake Victoria. So other transport hazards I think that this sector faces includes accidents, as you can see, that have claimed many lives. According to this report, transport and material moving sector recorded about 3.7 non-fatal injuries per 100 workers in 2022. Next. Those are some of the pictures of what is happening in terms of scrap, in terms of disposal. Next. In terms of international trade, that's a truck, a Zambian truck that was burnt to ashes in South Africa during the xenophobia, and it was definitely carrying goods for business people in the country. So, and of course, the World Health and ILO say about 745 deaths globally are linked to such kind of hazards that also include stress, stroke, many others. Actually, there was one accident that recently happened where a bus that was carrying traders was attacked in Limpopo, and many people lost their goods. Next. In terms of marine, we know that when it comes to trade, we are trading, getting goods from China, from overseas. And of course, this also is not spared in terms of vessel attacks, as well as also injuries, which have been reported to be 4 to 6 times higher than in average industries globally. Next. The other aspect I want to also talk about is the issue of gender, because we did mention that 80% of people in trade are in the informal sector, and this also goes to say that majority of those operating in trade are women, about 43% in this workforce, and only about 30% of them receive OSH programs. So if we have to look for opportunities for Vision Zero, addressing gender gaps in here will boost productivity in this gender group, the women. And also, in terms of the workforce, we know that women represent about 39% of the global workforce, but they are in very vulnerable and risk kind of employment. Next. These are women that I got some pictures of, and most of those that are in trading, and this is exactly what they are doing. And when you check on the other side, you see that they're actually selling by the roads in very, very unsafe places. And so in terms of the initiatives that I picked up for Vision Zero experiences, we will look at a few countries, I think, that I managed to pick out a bit of some data for purposes of this presentation and the time that is allocated to me. Next. So I saw something where a number of multinational companies now require OSH standards before contracts are signed. I think this is a very good initiative, especially if it is implemented. In the morning, we were told that doing policies, coming up with regulation is not an issue, but the issue is implementation. Next. I also picked up this very good case study. Of course, I'm sure you must know about it, where a number of value chains, organizations, products were brought forth to just were identified in terms of OSH, and the findings are the ones that I'm told contributed to development of the Vision Zero agenda. And one thing that came out from this study was the need to document data of what happens in these different enterprises, the diagnosis, the interventions, as well as the results. So these are good initiatives, and I think I listened to another presentation in the morning that showcased this kind of like targeting, then you come up with interventions, and then you show the results at a conference like this. So other initiatives in this sector, I think that are showing very good results, includes those embracing technological innovation. I saw some pilot projects in logistics in South Africa and Kenya. I think these are very good lessons to learn from on what you can actually do with AI to ensure that you do not, you avoid those areas that are very risky. Next. And also some sector initiatives I think we've seen from here, adoption of Vision Zero in different countries. We learned today that Tanzania is a newcomer in Vision Zero. Next. In terms of the review of policy and legal framework, I think in Zambia, one initiative is that we've also revised our Factories Act to expand it to other different workplaces other than the factory. And in the OSH policy, we're able to see inclusion of micro, small, and medium enterprise. That was previously not there. And also the, you moved too fast, but of course the integration of productivity in terms of OSH campaign or Vision Zero campaign. From the international and regional initiative, I think we've seen in Africa over time, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is the flagship of the African trade. And it is estimated that about 30 million will be put out of extreme poverty as we implement this framework. Yeah. So just before that, so talking about the African Free Trade Area, but what I saw in that there's nothing that is straight on in terms of OSH or in terms of Vision Zero. So it's an opportunity for us to craft something that should sit in there. But of course, whatever intention it has, it does protect workers, protect workplace. So the last part of this presentation is actually a link of Vision Zero to productivity. And what I'm saying here is that when workplaces are safe, when workplaces are free from fatalities and free from injuries, you definitely expect higher productivity. And from our end, productivity is not an accident. It is a commitment that you deliberately put through different productivity tools. I came across the ISO 45001-2018, which is a productivity framework that provides for management practices to ensure a commitment to Vision Zero. I think that would be a very good adoption by enterprise. Next. Of course, labor productivity in most of our countries is low, and no doubt where places are not safe, health, and full of fatalities, you do not expect to find higher productivity. So if we focus on Vision Zero, we will in turn increase labor productivity. Next. So from our end, to integrate OSH into productivity, we look at 3 levels. So we must focus our attention at individuals, that is at the micro level. What is it that we can do to prevent, for people to prevent accidents? At association or network, at sector level, what interventions do we have? At the macro level, it's about policies and legislations. So our OSH, our Vision Zero interventions should be integrated within this framework. We call it the Productivity Eco Framework at different levels for it to give us maximum impact. Next. So of course, success factor for Vision Zero, of course, to yield higher productivity, we have to focus on top management commitment. Workers should be involved. There should be integration of the Vision Zero systems or approaches, and there should be a continuous improvement. Next. Of course, that's just an example. I wanted to show that once you put your framework of productivity tools, like in terms of engagement, you can see reduction of occupational accidents of about -48, which is a plus when you link productivity to occupational safety and health. Next. Yeah. And next. So in short, what I bring out here in terms of this sector, which is very informal, is how then do we inculcate this culture of safety in this sector, in this trade sector? How do we ensure that we have zero accidents from the other things that I've talked about? I think this is something that we must delve to look at as we are in this conference. Yeah. So in terms of policy recommendations for this sector, I think number one, we must have candid engagement on this issue to do with trade, especially the informal or the micro, small and medium enterprise who are actually most vulnerable. So what kind of discussion should we bring on the table? We must ensure that as we do our strategies, I was looking at the strategies that have been shared, we must ensure that we incorporate these vulnerable population, especially those in the informal economy, with very, very clear policies and strategies on how these can be integrated. So investing in technology, data-driven system will also be very key. And like I said, in this sector, majority of the players are women. And so in our Vision Zero, strategies, we must ensure gender-responsive Vision Zero OSH frameworks are incorporated. I think we'll be able to do justice in this sector. And so in conclusion, safer places definitely lead to higher productivity, and having strong OSH systems in Africa can unlock trade competitiveness. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Vivian. Thank you. All right, without wasting, okay, I hope we have your presentation now. Jackie, you want me to help you? Okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah. All right. I would like to crave the indulgence of our other speakers that we have to take between 10 minutes to finish, please. Thank you very much. So, Jackie, up to you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk about cultural challenges when it comes to construction safety as we implement Vision Zero. And culture is applicable to all of us in Africa. As you can see, our culture at Pacific, Jackie will not have a presentation, she'll not have a profile. That is how we do things, you know, at Pacific Limited. Jackie will not have, I don't even think I'll have a profile. That's how they do things around there. But let's, go through together. I'll take maximum 7 minutes. And it's applicable to all of us in Africa. I don't know if he's shaking his head. This is not nice. Yeah, finally. Please, let's give them a clap. Finally, I have a presentation. I'll take maximum 7 minutes. Please, next. So I'm going to share my lessons learned while we were acquiring land for the East African Crude Oil Pipeline. What we encountered and the challenges we faced. So please move. So culture is not something that we must believe in. We are all born into certain cultures. So this is, the way people do what they do, the languages they speak. It's how, it's the traditions that we find Whether we believe in them or not is irrelevant. We inherit them and we implement them. I'll, go deeper. For organizations, we have the way we work in our organizations, and we also have the safety cultures in our organizations. Next. So I'm going to look at ritual places. I'm going to look at graves and shrines. We'll look at the legal framework. We'll look at the cultural norms. We'll look at methodology. We'll look at how to manage these risks that are to do with culture. Please, you delayed now, look. General considerations, and then how to link everything to the Vision Zero and Zero Harm Challenge. Please move. Okay. During the surveys and valuations of the acquiring of land for the ECO project, 25 shrines were identified. Now, with shrines, it depends on if it belongs to a family or if it belongs to an individual where people come, to get whatever it is that they get to come. If it belongs to a clan, the way you handle them has to be in line with the IFC guidelines for cultural heritage. So you've got to engage, the spiritual leaders step by step. So 5 were moved, but then there's some which are still not moved because they're very sensitive when it comes to moving them. You've got to be flexible, you've got to be respectful, you've got to make sure that you collaborate, with them. It varies from one tribe to another, from one shrine to another, and depending on what the shrine is being used for. So when it comes to implementing Zero Harm and Vision Zero, these do impact us. There are trees of blessing. Again, the tree has no significance, but it has spirits in it. So during the construction of a road project here in Uganda, that tree couldn't be cut down. The tree has no significance, but the spirits in that tree. So the owner of the tree was asking for 500 million compensation, and the government was offering the value of the land compensation. So it ended up in court. As you can see, the workers continued working, but the tree was left standing as we were waiting for the court dispute. So like I said, a culture cannot be mocked. You've got to comply. And this is applicable to all of us in Africa. We all have different cultures, and we must adhere to them, whether we believe in them or not. So the court ruled that Uganda National Roads Authority should just pay the value of the land, and then the tree was cut, and I don't know what happened with the spirits because, we didn't want to tamper with this. These are the realities, We didn't want to tamper, with the, and they are guided also by IFC standard. There is one for cultural heritage. You've got to respect people's cultures. Okay, next. So also during the clearance of the project, the ECO project again, I'm using my case study, there were 656 visible graves that had to be relocated. Now, for graves relocation, culture varies from one tribe to another, from one clan to another, from one religion to another. So you've got to be very sensitive when it comes to relocating of these graves. Now, it also, the methodology also changes. If it's a grave which is just earth, no concrete, you cut in the middle and dig towards the feet and then get out, the human remains and relocate them. If it's one which is concrete, you cut where the feet are and pull out the body. So you've got to be very sensitive to the families. You've got to engage them. It varies their requirements. For the Baganda, this activity happens at night. When it comes to daybreak, you stop. Whether you've found the human remains or not, you stop. Now, what do you do with the open grave? Because it's in people's homesteads. There are animals, there are children playing. Sometimes you don't find the human remains at all. With the Muslims, you dig here, you find the body there. You go for many days. It's different, and we are trying to work safely. This is the Vision Zero conference. So the legal framework, there's the OSH Act. There is no any legal framework for relocation of graves or shrines in Uganda, but we have the Public Health Act, which tells us at least how deep it is. We had some cultural leaders. They are buried 15 feet down, and you cannot use any manual, I mean any automated equipment. You've got to dig. Now you plan how you're going to get out those human remains. For normal human beings, it's 6 feet. And for babies, it's 2 feet. So you've only got to comply with the OSH Act, to make sure people are safe as you're conducting this. But you've got to respect the IFC Performance Standard 5 for resettlement, and also Performance Standard 8 for cultural heritage. And then you get permits from the local police and family, and then you start the work. Please move. Now, some of the cultural norms, this work takes place at night, but again, it varies. For some, it takes place in the morning, at daybreak, and then they have a cutoff time. So if you found the body, the human remains or not, is another question. They do sacrifice animals and sprinkle blood. They drink local brew, so, they smoke weed. Now, forget about your safety culture at your place of work. These are the cultural norms which cannot be ignored. Now, with working at night, we have a lot of risks. Now, in addition to those risks of night working, you've got people who are smoking weed, but this activity will not take place if you do not comply. It's all done manually. You can't use any machinery. You've got to be very careful and take out all the remains. You've got to make sure you do not step on the remains. So you know how big a grave is, eh? It literally just fits a coffin. Now you have people who've got to go in and come out, and you've got to get out the human remains without stepping on the body. So you've got to ensure that respect is maintained, and you've got to assemble all the human remains into a new coffin and then move them to the next one. So how did we manage these risks? When you do your site visits, please make sure you check what is on the land, what is there. For example, the Luo in Kenya, for them, getting out a dead body and reburying it is an abomination. So if there's a project taking place where there is a Luo buried, it's up to you what you do with that body. So you've got to make sure that you're clear with what is on that land which you're going to develop. You've got to manage night working with all the risks that come with it, personnel welfare, manual excavation in confined spaces, the fatigue, the weather and everything. How do you get out the human remains? How do you manage the waste that come from it? How do you make sure that if you don't get the human remains, that you protect the site until when you come back the following morning? And what happens if you don't find the human remains? What if there's more than one body in there? Because there were mass graves. You think there's one and you find more. So you've got to really anticipate and make sure that you control, because it can have a huge impact on your project. How do you disinfect? How do you, transport to the new burial sites? How do you construct, the new grave and burial of the human remains, that you've taken out, and then now restoring the ground back so that we can build the pipeline? So you've got to make sure that you do a thorough visit and analysis of any sites where you're going to have any construction project. Please move. You've got to consider logistics, PPE, biohazards. You do not know what those people, what they died of, so you've got to make sure that you protect the people who are involved in that work. You've got to, to find a way of storing and disinfecting your tools. In case of emergencies, how do you manage them? How do you screen the site from public? Everybody wants to see the dead that you're, getting out. How do you ensure privacy? And what do you do with the waste that comes from such an activities? So I'm trying to link this to Vision Zero. safety is more than PPE. It is not just about, us enforcing our policies and procedures, but we've got to respect the culture and the communities to ensure that there's no conflict, there's no stress, and there's no unsafe work. We've got to manage the risks to an acceptable level and ensure that we still achieve the zero harm vision that we have. So safety includes people, places, and traditions. We've got to respect culture. Otherwise, you can have your project really, really delay. Please move. So I've put a few taglines here for you to remember the cultural aspects. So for you to take away, so you could pick any of them, safety with culture in mind, respect, protect, prevent. I like the zero harm beyond PPE, but I put a few taglines, to help you remember that cultural challenges can have a big impact on how you deliver a project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know who is scared. So because Jackie appeared to have seen quite an aspect of health and safety that I don't know how many of us are used to here. I think this is a lot. Thank you so much, Jackie, for that presentation. I think health and safety, we actually do quite a lot. And if somebody has to go through all of that just to make people safe, then it's a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so without wasting much time, I'm going to call on Florence, I guess, yeah? Yeah, Florence. I hope we have her presentation ready. Thank you very much. We're rounding up very soon. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As introduced, my name is Matapelo Florence from South Africa. I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague Flexin, who will be taking care of half of the presentation. We are also with other colleagues on the far right that are at the exhibition, and the colleagues from the Minerals Council of South Africa. Okay. Just gonna wait for the presentation. I think while we wait, South Africa is a rainbow nation. We are quite a diverse country, not in terms of cultures alone, ethnicities, but in terms of also the minerals that we actually produce. I'm not really good with jokes, né? So I'm just gonna, I'll wait. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. Next. Okay, so I will be touching on the first few points, and I will stop at the health performance, and then Mr. Flexen will then continue with the safety performance all the way to conclusion, if we can go on. Okay, so if you look at the contribution of mining, the contribution of Africa in terms of mining, we do contribute to about 30% of global mineral resources, so that's quite huge. We are, in South Africa, the largest producer of platinum, and as a continent, we are, the largest producer of some of the minerals that are there on that presentation. Not only does mining contribute to the global market, obviously, but also it does contribute to our socio-economic development. However, this presents a complex mix of opportunities as well as challenges because there is no sustainable growth when it comes to mining, particularly in other more developing countries where a lot of the mining that actually happens there is not that formalized. We also need to be adhering to ESG requirements, as we know. We need to be responsible in terms of our mining and make sure that even after we mine, the environment and the people that are left in that environment are still taken care of. And with ESG as well, we will be talking a lot in this presentation about managing the health and safety risks that mining presents. There's also the issue of wealth distribution, because as much as we are wealthy in terms of minerals in Africa, there is still quite a lot of unemployment, as well as a lot of poverty in some of our countries within Africa. We need to be responsible in terms of our sourcing of resources, like I said, and to be able to embrace innovation. We know that we are quite a labor-intensive region, if I can put it that way. In Africa, and we need to make sure that innovation works for us and does not necessarily replace people. When it comes to employment and skills development, it also does become quite important because obviously when people are more educated, they're able to take better decisions and be able to take care of themselves as well as the colleagues that are around them and be able to produce properly. You can go on. I thought, let me maybe start with the history of mining in South Africa so that you can really appreciate how far we've come when it comes to zero harm. We call it zero harm, it is Vision Zero. We are not very different from other countries or other sectors really. But mining in South Africa commercially started as far as 1846. And that's where really there was the discovery of copper, and there was copper mining in the Northern Cape of South Africa. Now, if you fast forward to 1986, we had a workforce of about 835,000 in there. So that was quite huge. A lot of the people working the mines. It was around the time of apartheid, so there was also the migrant labor, and that's where we had some of our colleagues from the SADC region also flocking into South Africa. Gold was very much booming at the time. It was the largest contributor in terms of our mining outputs. But there was a problem in terms of policy and regulations, particularly on health and safety, because we had our employees dying in their thousands, and we had millions as well of injuries within the sector. So that was quite a problem. Now, if you fast forward to 1994, there was a high presence of unions. So I will talk about tripartism at a later stage, but unions were quite on the ground, and one of the unions that was quite active was the National Union of Mine Workers. So they exerted quite a lot of pressure on the government, and during our first democratic year in 1994, that's where we finally had what we call the Lyons Commission. We had other commissions before that, but really with the Lyons Commission, it was found that over 69,000 deaths had happened in mining, and over 1 million injuries had happened in 1993 alone. We had quite high TB incidents, as well as occupational lung diseases. There used to be a disease that we called black lung. I believe now we call it silicosis. So it was quite dire what was really happening in the mining industry. But from the Lyons Commission, then things started really changing, because from there, we then had what we call the Mine Health and Safety Act. And that's really the Bible that we use in the South African mining industry, which then talks to the responsibility of the employer in terms of health and safety, as well as the responsibility of employees, government, OEMs, as well as suppliers. Now, as you see with the timelines, you'll see that employment figures were actually declining in the mining industry for various reasons. And in between, I will not touch on it, but we also had disasters. So unfortunately, a lot of our legislation was quite reactive after people had died or after people had contracted a lot of occupational diseases, right? Now, we started changing in terms of now the commodities that were really contributing to our economy. Uranium, coal was also booming at the time. And after the Mine Health and Safety Act, we had what we call the Mine Health and Safety Council, which is a legislated body under that particular act. And as I stand here, I am representing the council. Now, if we look at in 2024, last year, the workforce was about 474,000, so just below 500,000. But we have been seeing that since 1996, there's been an increase as well in terms of women in mining, which was quite transformative for us. The numbers are still quite low, 15%, but we are getting there. But that also presented its own challenges of PPE, machinery that was previously, done for the male figure, and also issues of sexual harassment and workplace violence because the integration was really not seamless, but we are getting there. But two milestones that I'd like to highlight in 2024 is that our industry then reached the lowest TB incidence rate ever, and that was 187 per 100,000 people, lower than even our national rate, which previously it was way higher than our national rate. We also reached the lowest fatalities ever of 42. My colleague Flexen will talk to the trend line. You'll see that from the thousands to really get to 42 has been quite a big deal for us in the industry. Pacific. Okay. So I've talked to the Mine Health and Safety Council, and this is basically a tripartite institution that was then established under the Mine Health and Safety Act. And everything we do in the South African mining industry, we do it in terms of tripartism. And I must say this really does work for us. Under tripartism, you've got three people or three groups that are represented: organized labor. I did say that they play quite an important role because they do represent the interest of employees. You also have employers. The biggest ones we have is the Minerals Council of South Africa. Dr. Balfour is representing them. I think most of us in the room would know her. There's also ASPASA, which is for smaller mines. And then under the state, which is the regulator, you find the Department of Minerals and Petroleum. And this tripartite institution is then chaired by the Chief Inspector of Mines within the council. So the mandate, the biggest mandate of the council is then for us to advise the minister on issues of health and safety. We have a number of advisory committees that have got technical people. And these advisory committees will do research, they will oversee research, they'll develop policy, they'll develop training and education material so that collectively as a tripartite we can then advise the industry. They range from safety, health, women in mining, as well as culture transformation in as far as Vision Zero is concerned. Let's continue. So I will not be describing what Vision Zero is. Okay. What I will say is that we are focusing in the industry first and foremost to preserve life, and that's through healthier and safer workplaces. We want to cultivate and sustain a strong culture of health and safety. Mr. Flexen will talk to CTF. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we have responsible and sustainable mining. Let's continue. Now, what is driving our zero harm or Vision Zero in the industry? That is our milestones. So in 2003, we developed what we call Mine Health and Safety Milestones. And these are targets that really we have to deal with the most prevalent health and safety issues that we have. And they have evolved over the years from just dealing with health and safety to then issues of women in mining in as far as health and safety is concerned, cultural transformation, and then last year we then added the issues of non-communicable diseases and mental health as well, which are quite important. Let's continue. Now, these are the fruits, obviously, of what we have been doing in terms of, our Vision Zero or Zero Harm strategy. What we are looking at is basically the leading indicators in as far as occupational hygiene exposures are concerned. On the left, or your right, is the noise exposures, which you can see that the number of people that have been overexposed has actually then been going down throughout the years, as well as those that have been exposed to airborne pollutants like your dust, your mists, and so forth. Okay. Now, when it comes to occupational diseases as well, as you can see, in 2014, we had over 6,000 employees that were diagnosed with occupational diseases, most of which are chronic. And we have improved because in 2023, we're at 1,864. The most prevalent ones still remain your occupational lung diseases, like your silicosis, your pulmonary tuberculosis, and we still do have high levels of noise-induced hearing loss. But you can see that overall, we have really made quite good progress. We have been tracking and surveilling NCDs because we know that globally they are a problem, and we are seeing that with our workforce as well, we are having quite large or high prevalence of non-communicable diseases. Instead of going down, you can see that, that is an emerging risk. The numbers are actually going up. Okay. And I believe this will be my last slide before I hand over to Mr. Flexen. But in terms of TB as well, we've had quite high numbers of TB in our sector, particularly in the gold sector, where our employees are also exposed to silicosis. But like I said, the incident has been going down, as you can see there. And when it comes to HIV, we have been making progress. You can see that the HIV trends are also going down gradually, but we are having a problem when it comes to now testing for HIV, which has not been quite consistent. Good. Okay, I'll stop it here. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So I'm just going to take over from my colleague. Safety-wise, I will start with fatalities. As you can see from the graph, the industry has made significant strides in improving the health and safety conditions. I think you have seen the improvements in health from my colleague Florence. However, as you can see from that graph, it appears like the safety performance improvements has reached a plateau over the past 10 years, which is the past decade, and this is against the target of zero harm, and it can actually be compared to the law of diminishing returns in economics, which states that at some point in time, more of the same stops to pays off. And the question is, what can we do in order for us to initiate step change improvements in safety performance? Also on the graph, I think we have also highlighted some of the significant occurrence events which occurred in the sector, which have basically driven or accelerated the attainment of zero harm, things such as the Leonic Oak Commission, which led to the birth of the Mine Health and Safety Act, some disasters, the promulgation of the Act, the establishment of us as the Mine Health and Safety Council, then the expansion of the Mine Health and Safety Council structures, as we have seen, then most importantly, collaboration amongst the tripartite partners, that is the state, organized business, organized labor, to basically formulate practical solutions to drive continuous improvements in health and safety performance. Then there were the summit milestones, which is basically a vision which will guide the industry towards the attainment of zero harm, ensuring every man worker returns from work unharmed every day. Then also from the organized business, under the Minerals Council, formerly the Chamber of Mines, I think we also have to acknowledge the impact of the adoption of leading practices, focusing on the 4 high-risk areas, that is your transport and machinery systems, force of grounds, dust, as well as noise. Then also, we also have to acknowledge the impact of the culture transformation framework, which is a tool that was developed by the South African mining industry to make sure that we cultivate and sustain a culture of health and safety, which is a critical enabler of zero harm. Then also there was emphasis on the adoption and implementation of technology, basically to also assist the mines to improve the identification and management of the different health and safety risks. Next slide. So in terms of the major contributors of fatalities, as you can see from the graph, the major contributors remains force of grounds, transport and machinery system, as well as the general categories. So under force of ground, we have such as your gravity-induced force of grounds, then rock-based and seismicity. And it is also noteworthy to also acknowledge that in South Africa we have complex geology, as well as increased mining depth. We have the deepest mines in the world, with some of the mines have exceeded a depth of 4 kilometers, and associated with deep level mining challenges such as your increased rock-based seismicity, heat, ventilation challenges, logistics challenges, and so forth. Then under transport and machinery systems, the industry continues to face challenges with accidents resulting from your trackless mobile machinery, your scraper winches, as well as your rail band equipment. And under the general category, we continue to have challenges with things such as your strike by, fail from, caught in between, and so forth. And again, you can also see the law of diminishing returns kicking in, where we have actually reached a plateau in terms of the performance. So in terms of the major causes, as you can see from that graph, we have the people-centered organizational factors taking a lead in causing most of the accidents in the industry. And this is also supported by literature, which basically indicates that more than 70% of all accidents at any workplace are as a result of these soft issues, the human behavior, people-centered issues, organizational factors. And I think from morning, all the speakers has been basically highlighting the role as well as the importance of cultivating and sustaining a positive health and safety culture, which we believe that it is critical to assist organizations to deal with these people-centered issues and hence drive continuous improvement in health and safety. Then what are the opportunities? How can we accelerate the attainment of this zero harm? As you can see from that graph, post the implementation of each initiative, if you look from the upper right side, when the most industrial sectors implemented technology, but you see that at some point in time, the law of diminishing returns kicks in and you actually start realizing a plateau. Then most industrial sectors have implemented your occupational health and safety management systems. And again, you see that improvements is resulted from the implementation of these health and safety management systems until a plateau is reached. And now we strongly believe that there should be an increased focus in cultivating and sustaining a positive health and safety culture, as well as also to implement new technologies, including the fourth industrial revolution technologies. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on cultivating and sustaining. Okay. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on cultivating and sustaining a strong health and safety culture. I think this has been overemphasized by the previous speakers, but I just want to emphasize that in South Africa, where we have developed and adopted what is called the Culture Transformation Framework, which has been implemented by the sector since 2011, and we continue encouraging the sector to implement the Culture Transformation Framework. Then from a technology and innovation perspective, there are a lot of opportunities presented by different fourth industrial revolution technologies, and these include your predictive health and safety management systems as compared to the current reactive management system, as detection and monitoring, smart personal protective equipment, then opportunities presented by automation and robotics, which makes sure that we remove our employees from places of danger. And I think what we need to emphasize here is that the adoption of technology must not result in job losses, so it must be people-centric. Then also opportunities presented by technology such as your virtual reality, augmented realities, to improve the efficacy of training to basically complement conventional classroom training methods, then also remote monitoring, and also from a South African mining industry perspective, we also have to acknowledge the role played by legislation to basically encourage the implementation of technology to improve the management of the different health and safety risks. So we have seen the sector basically putting in place regulations such as the level 9 collision avoidance systems, missing person locator systems, as well as real-time monitoring and control of the different occupational hygiene stressors. So from a concluding note, I think we have noted that zero harm is possible. However, we also have to acknowledge that attaining zero harm is a journey which is long, windy, as well as bumpy, and the opportunities presented by adoption of research outcomes, leading practices, technology, collaboration, as well as cultivating and sustaining a strong health and safety culture remain relative in this journey of accelerating attainment of zero harm. And lastly, developing innovative and sustainable solutions to effectively manage emerging health and safety challenges, such as contractor management, non-communicable diseases, climate change, as well as illegal mining, which is also a critical challenge in South Africa, remain also critical focus area to arrive, accelerate the attainment of zero harm. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you very much, Victor, for that. All right, we're getting close to the end. If you check the program, you will say we are on time. How many of you know we are on time? You don't believe that? Check your time. We're supposed to finish this session at 6 p.m. And we have just one more speaker. So if you have questions for any of the speakers, please, you can start getting that ready. We will entertain 1 or 2 questions as we round up this. With Penny Thao from Danish Foundation to give us the perspective of Vision Zero. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. Are you still full of energy? Sorry? That's good. So, and my presentation is ready, I presume. My name is Pernille Thao, and I come from Denmark. I'm the vice president of a company called Human House, and we are a private OSH and management consulting company. And I have now 10 minutes to tell you all I know. And what I know about is how to implement Vision Zero in companies. Yeah, can we just get the presentation on screen, please? Yeah. Well, I'll just begin. Human House is a consultancy based in Denmark, but we work internationally, and we work in all parts of the world. We have been part of the Vision Zero strategy and the Vision Zero mindset since it started in 2017. So we have a lot of experiences on what works and what are the challenges when implementing Vision Zero in the practical daily business life of companies. Yeah, here you can see it. What I do, I work specifically with Vision Zero, and I do consulting on this across the world. What I'm going to talk to you about today is the learnings from... Oh, there it is. Yeah, thanks. The learnings from what we have in Denmark called the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. That is a network of companies. This network has existed for now 7 years. And I will tell you much more about what the network is. It's just to say that also for the whole of Africa, please do construct company networks on how to share experiences with implementing Vision Zero. This is really important. That's the first learning. Next slide, please. So, the Danish Vision Zero Business Council is now we are 23 of the top Danish international companies. We meet 4 times a year for a whole day. So it's a physical network. And all these companies are committed to the Vision Zero mindset. And what we discuss, these are the strategic OSH managers, but in some countries you can also have the CEOs working in these business councils. But as you can see, some of the themes that we discuss at these network meetings are, for example, how do we get the top management commitment to Vision Zero? Because even if you're a strategic ops manager, you still face the challenge sometimes of getting the commitment of the top management, right? We discuss how do we define Vision Zero proactive leading indicators, so we don't just have the lacking indicator of zero accidents, because then we get under-reporting. We need to measure the good processes, the good behavior, and so on. And the companies are discussing what sort of proactive leading indicators are working in real life, and what kind of leading indicators can they sell to top management to implement on the same level as the zero accident goal. One back, thank you. We also discuss with the guests of the researchers within Vision Zero, how do we work with prevention culture, how do we work with digitalization and Vision Zero, for example, and how do we work with mental well-being and the psychosocial working environment. Yeah, next slide. So I will give you a few examples of what works, and this is very basic tools. Because one learning is that if we want to move towards a higher prevention level, so the journey towards a higher prevention level, we need a baseline. Where are we now in the companies? And this, I saw this also in the national strategy for Uganda, this way of measuring the maturity scale. I was very happy to see that on the slides. And this you can find also in the Vision Zero Wellbeing Guide. What it basically is a way of talking about prevention. If you are, as a company, on the passive level, this is where you don't discuss prevention at all. If you are at the reactive level, this is where you only react if you have many accidents or you have a lot of stress incidents and so on. If you are at the active level, this is where you have a declared policy that prevention is important, but sometimes it's more in words than in action. So we can have a CEO saying, but people comes first, safety is the highest priority and so on. But when it comes to real daily life on the production floor, then maybe it's different. If we are at the proactive level, this is where we truly work with prevention. And at the highest level, the creating level, this is where prevention is seen as part of the business strategy. We have already heard all the arguments, the return on prevention, the investor interests in having this high prevention level. So health and safety and well-being is seen as a strategic priority in line with other business priorities. So this can be used as a dialogue tool among management, or you can also use this as a quantitative assessment if you do IT-based surveys. You can read more about that in the Vision Zero Wellbeing Guide. This is an example from a pharmaceutical international company, part of the Danish Vision Zero Council, and shows an example of how to strategically implement Vision Zero in a period of 4 years. Starting with an introduction of the Vision Zero mindset, to get the managers and employees to see the idea. Then we have 1 year we call the Vision Zero strategic approach. The next year we work with the Vision Zero structure. And the last year we work with the Vision Zero culture. Because we can see many companies that are quite high on the prevention scale when it comes to the structure part. We have as you talked about before, the ISO 45001. But when you then come to the culture part, the prevention level is lower. So I see Vision Zero as the cultural answer to the ISO 45001. And sorry, back just again, just as you can see in the bottom, so there will be a movement in this company that actually starts at the passive level towards the creating level in 5 years. Yeah, thank you. This is another example, and this is from an international insulating company called Rockwool, and they are doing a safety leadership training program. What I love about this program is that it's called Not on My Watch. And this is because the company wants to move from a compliance control strategy towards a commitment strategy where safety, health, and well-being is a value. It's embedded in the culture. And we need to get the managers to be proud of this. This is why it's called Not on My Watch. So that every manager feels in his heart that I'm proud that nobody will get hurt on my watch. Then it's not policemen saying you need to comply with the rules. Then it's intrinsic motivation because I'm actually proud of taking care of my people. We are all very good at taking care of people because we do that with our families. So how can we convey this inherent human skill to the workplace as well? So in this case, we start with the top management workshop, how to move from control to commitment strategy. And we have very honest discussions because every CEO says, but safety first. But then if I ask, how much can it cost to have safety first? So we need to have these discussions because it's easy to say, it's more difficult to get the business commitment for this. Then, as I said before, we will have this quantitative assessment of how is actually the prevention level in the company. And we ask the workers, how do you see prevention here? We also ask the managers. And funny enough, when you ask the top management, they score the prevention level quite high. Middle management score a bit lower, and the workers score lowest on this. So how can you have a culture if you don't see the world in the same way? So we need to work for everyone, management and employees, to have the same view of the company. Then we do for the supervisors. So So that is the first line, management, because they're the ones who are going to make the workers do the right thing. We have heard that already in the morning. Yeah. But you cannot make this work unless you talk about psychological safety. We heard this as well. If the workers do not speak up, if the culture is that you do not talk about what is really the issues, then forget about changing the culture, right? So we need to teach the managers how to work with psychological safety. And not just in theory. How do you do it in actual life? Regardless of your culture, of your background, and so on, how can you actually work with this? And then, this program, we need to define the leading indicators that we were talking about. Because we need to see on the prevention scale where they're located, and then we need to define corresponding leading indicators that will move the company up to this scale. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, I know it's a bit small, the text here, but this is just to give you an example on how to work with the psychosocial working environment. Again, there is a guide describing this, and this is a bank, and what they have done is a gap analysis. So they have gone through the 7 golden rules to see where do they perform well, and where do they need to take extra action. And I know my time is limited, so I will just briefly tell you what the psychosocial working environment is, how it's related to Vision Zero. Because of course we need the management commitment to work with the psychosocial working environment as well, just as with safety. And it has to be both for the workers, but also the well-being of the managers themselves. We need to do risk assessments on psychosocial working environment as well, because harassment, bullying, stress, violence, they are just as important risks as the safety risks are, right? So we need to have an overview of all our risks. We also need to define targets in psychosocial working environment. And one simple leading indicator could be in how many meetings do we include a talk about well-being? Ask all managers, how often do you talk about this? Of course, they need to be trained, but that's one way to start. We need a good system. I call it ethical infrastructure. That means if I get bullied, do I know who to tell? Who do I talk to? If I feel stressed, can I go to my manager, or is there somewhere else I can go? And do the managers know their responsibilities when it comes to the psychosocial working environment? Ensure safety, ensure safety and health in machines and equipment and so on. This is, for example, if you are implementing a new IT system. Who takes care of the psychosocial risks of that? If you have ever tried to have an IT system that does not work, then you know there are psychosocial risks relating to this. And then, of course, we need to teach managers, as I said before, specifically about the psychological safety. And this is possible. We have a Novo pharmaceutical company, international in Denmark. They do a campaign now in Japan, and it's called Speak Up. And if you know Japanese people, they are not speaking up. That's the culture, that you do not challenge your supervisor and so on. But still, they have now a campaign called Speak Up in Japan. And finally, of course, with the psychosocial working environment, we need to involve also the workers. Hence the psychological safety that is important. You can read more in this guide about how to use it. Yeah? Next, please. So, if you as a company... Sorry? Yeah, that's fine. So, if you as a company would like to start working with this, these are the learnings from our many years of experience with companies. You should use this Vision Zero maturity scale model in some form, because it's important to set the baseline. Because now we don't have a language for prevention in many companies, and this is a language for prevention. And it also gives a very simple indicator, because you can measure where are you located, the average of answers from workers and managers, and you can see the difference. Then you can do a gap analysis. And it can be very practical. You go through the 7 golden rules, find out where you're already performing well and where do you need to improve. And you put in all your existing strategies and targets and plans and so on, and you see where do we lack something. Then, of course, we need to educate people, especially in the movement from a compliance strategy to a commitment strategy. How do we do this? And this can be done very specifically. For example, if we call a manager a role model, we need to define what is that? What does it mean to be a role model? Because if you ask a group of managers, they would not agree on what that means. And that's one way to start, to have the managers discuss what does it mean to be a role model, and to define it in our company, this is what we mean. And then you can also use Vision Zero as a structure for your accident analysis. Rockwool, as I showed you before, they have now, when they're doing the root cause analysis of accidents, they group root causes in the 7 golden rules. Because then you will also see that sometimes root causes are management commitment. Or sometimes root causes are lack of employee involvement. And that's interesting. I think Vision Zero is about knowledge sharing. And since we have a lot of experience in Denmark with companies implementing Vision Zero, I have so much more knowledge to give. So please, if you are interested in learning more, please give me a call or write to me, and we can discuss if you need some inspiration to get started. And next slide, please. And also, we have a free newsletter. So if you want to sign up for this newsletter, Mr. Ehi Eden, he did a brilliant article in I think, our last newsletter. So please sign up. This is also a way of knowledge sharing on Vision Zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for that, and we want to say a big thank you to all our speakers. 2 hours of how to implement Vision Zero. I think this has been very impactful. How many people feel that way? We have quite a lot to learn. This is a whole lot to bite. As I'm going to be asking Ehi and the other, I hope we'll get all these materials. We have to get these materials. Who is with me? Yes, I have 100%. So Ehi, we have to get all these materials, please. A whole lot to learn. Thank you so very much. Right, so we have just about 5 minutes to go, and we'll see if we have 1 or 2 questions for any of the panelists and speakers here. Any question from anyone? 1 or 2? Okay, I see a hand at the back, 1. Any other hand, and then we stop. Okay, so we're only getting 1 hand. Thank you. So please, do you want to step out to ask your question? Do you mind stepping out? Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Or you want me to bring this to you? You want me to bring this to you? Oh, we have a runner. Thank you. So let's know who you are directing your question to.
Good afternoon. Actually, maybe good evening. My name is Barbara Mwanje. I'm a road safety expert and occupational health and safety practitioner. So my question is for the commissioner. I think it's commissioner that you spoke about the 10-fold growth strategy under NDP4. I was just wondering if we're able to access that strategy. Thank you.
Yeah, I can bring this to you.
I thank you very much for that question. Yes, these are public documents which should be accessible even online. I'm not sure the link, but I know that National Planning Authority has put this information on various platforms online. But we shall also try to download it and share it as part of the presentations that are going to be shared on the website. Maybe that is also responding to what you asked. We shall make sure that the presentations that have been shared in this conference are put on the website. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Prof.
One question to Dr. Singh. You gave us a lot of insights about Vision Zero rating system India. Are you willing to share your experience with other countries? For example, the Vision Zero rating system Uganda or something else?
Surely, sir. Why not? Because this is something which we have devised, and Vision Zero is global. If we can do it for India, same insights we can pass on to other countries, and we are open, we welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prof, for that question and the answer from Doc. So by extension, also, I'll be putting myself forward to contact you for that. Yes, Nigeria is a very big population like what you have. And when I saw the stats on accidents in construction in India, I started looking at my colleagues from Nigeria here because we might be as good as yourself. We'll check once we have that tool to measure that particular data. Thank you so very much. All right, I think at this junction we have done quite well. And thank you so much, everyone. I'll be handing over to the commissioner, and then we see what we do after now. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our speakers. All right, thank you.
Okay, so shall quickly have the picture of the speakers and then get into the closing session. think they have picked the picture. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated. A hand clap for our outgoing chairperson and co-chair for a job well done. We thank you very much. You have been able to engage us. Late evening, people are tired, but they have kept alert. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the day, and we have the privilege to have the day closed by our very own ambassador. So my role here is a small one, to invite her to close the day, which has been a very fruitful day. I am sure we all agree. Thank you. A stronger hand clap, please.
Thank you. Wow, what a day. And the room is still almost full. I want to, on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor, Gender and Social Development, on behalf of the government of Uganda, on behalf of the organizing committee, to thank you all for your attention in this end of day one. Particularly thank the speakers, the moderators, the wonderful interpreters, the facilitators across the room and in this conference. I think it has been good. I think we can mark off day one as very successful. I'd like to make just one other point, that we maintain momentum tomorrow, because the business we're talking about is not ticking a box. This is a very important conference, and we want not just commitment but action out of it. As I sat there waiting just to make these brief remarks, I was reminded in this particular country many years ago, when we had HIV and AIDS almost wiping out our population or threatening to, this country rose up under the leadership of President Museveni and said, not on my watch. I think I saw that somewhere. And programs were developed and action was taken, and people are here to tell the story. Because of that commitment and that action, and being consistent, because things like this require not just consistency, but resilience even when there is opposition. Because HIV and AIDS at that time had no medicine. But we have people who contracted the disease and are still alive today because of the message of abstinence, of being careful, and taking care of your life and your neighbors. And I think that's the same message we must live with in this place today. Because accidents and ill health are not just costing us productivity in the workplace, they are costing us real fathers, real mothers, real children. And if we can take it to that level, we will not just pay lip service to this. It will not just be another conference in Africa somewhere, but it will be something that hits close to home, and therefore you take action. So I hope tomorrow we'll come back with that same fervor and momentum and take on day two. I wish you a very good evening.
As Workers' Conversation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Self anywhere we need, health we be cup of it. Your well-being is our number one concern. Self anywhere we
yourself and champion this campaign. Hey, hey. Invest in people, but be a leader. Ensure self-and health in what you do. Yonse ni pa zero.
Yonse ni pa zero.
Ni pa zero.
Yonse ni pa zero. Yonse ni pa zero. Ayo wandi, wemu bomfi wandi. Yonse ni pa zero. Yonse ni pa zero. Yonse ni pa zero. Tata wandi, wemu bomfi wandi. Anyway, mwine, help we recap of it. Your well-being is our number one concern. Self anywhere we help we recap of it. Your well-being is our number one concern.
Ni pa zero. Ni pa zero. Ni pa zero.
Our Vision Zero is based on the belief that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable. Remember that lack of proper safety and health measures has claimed a number of lives. Therefore, let us hold hands and speak against every malpractice relating to safety and health issues. You and I are responsible for our own future. Vision Zero. Workers' Compensation Fund. As Workers' Compensation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Self anywhere we need, help we recap of it. Your well-being is our number one concern.
Don't leave before taking tea and a bite.
Self anywhere